declare the motion negatived. Second member's motion, optimizing public finances and enhancing the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy. Members who wish to speak in the motion debate will please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Mr. Kenneth Leung to speak and move the motion. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. Several members asked me what this motion is all about. I'd also like to take this opportunity to spend 10 to 15 minutes on the rationale behind this motion. In fact, today's motion is not just about the policy. In fact, it's about the theory behind certain policies, and the original wording of this motion was drafted in English, and the original wording
is investment in human capital and social infrastructure while maintaining a balanced budget. 嗱，呢一個動議係有四大基本嘅範疇。第一個係講人力資本，係人力。
So it's about human capital. So it also talks about social infrastructure. And when I refer to the CWRF and also human capital, in fact, it's of secondary importance. So what's meant by human capital? In 1979, the Nobel laureate for economics, from the Chicago U, Professor Shields said that human capital is the most important capital in a society, and subsequently, two other Nobel laureates in economics also made a number of theories or established a number of theories on that. So I'm referring to human capital, not human resources. Well, you can also say that it's about investment in education or in human resources. Broadly speaking, we're referring to the education standards of the nationals. So it's their general knowledge, their experience, their technical know-how. But then for good human capital, there are also two characteristics. Number one is portability. As to what this term means, well, Hong Kong is a very externally oriented economy, but then we cannot just say that in our neighboring territories, Singapore, Shanghai, wherever there is any new industry, and then we will just follow suit. Because 2 years down the road, it's already too late. And also, portability, it means that our training system and also our education system would enable a worker to migrate from one position to another position very easily, and even from one trade to another trade. For example, for a PR, executive could also become an information coordinator. This is a very good example. And also, another characteristic of a good human capital is social capital or social connectivity. So what does that mean? Well, this has also been advocated by some of the economists. So it means that with regard to a particular worker, whether or not he's able to work in a team, so that there can be esprit de corps, and then he can also communicate very effectively with his co-workers, and he can also be connected with different sectors of a community. If we can achieve that, if we want to achieve that, then we will have to ensure that we do a very good job in terms of nurturing our talents and grooming our human resources. So are we able to do that? That's a big question mark. And by investing in our human capital, another thing that the administration must face up to is how do we measure such human capital, their success or otherwise. What's the yardstick? Well, the OECD, the Organization for Economic and Cultural Development, all right, they said that basically it depends on the investment on education and also the percentage of investment in education vis-a-vis GDP. But then this will only be able to measure the quantity, but not the quality of such training or investment. And I hope that the administration can look at this. In 2009, OECD organized an international forum, knowledge and statistics and so on. And many participants also talk about different ways of measuring our human capital. I hope that the SR government can make reference to that. All right, I've just shared with you some of the academic theories. So policy-wise, what do we want the administration to do? Here, when we refer to human capital nurturing, it's not just about education at the university, secondary or primary school level. Actually, on-the-job training and even retraining for those who are already working, and also continuous education which has nothing to do with our current vocation, they are also very important, because it's like other forms of capital. Our human capital could also depreciate in value. And therefore, in our traditional education, primary, secondary, and university education, the administration might have done a good job. But then in terms of vocational training and also continuous education, what has the administration done? I hope that the administration would not just be providing direct subsidy. It should also look into increasing tax deductibles or deductions for these expenses. So I've already broadly covered what's meant by human capital. The reason why I have to raise that's because one of the other objectives of our public expenditure is on social infrastructure. And what's meant by that? Dr. Low Wai Kwok said last week, he talked about infrastructure. In fact, our social infrastructure, in simple terms, is about continuous community building. It could also include infrastructure. Why do we have to invest our public funds in social infrastructure? In fact, our capital can flee, so there is a term called capital flight. Many scholars have talked about this, and if we want to retain our talents or even attract talents from outside Hong Kong to come and contribute to our society, then we will have to invest a lot of resources in our social infrastructure. And by that we mean, in fact, in different countries, they have different definitions, but basically that would cover healthcare, hygiene, environmental protection, our legal system, our correctional services system. These are part of our social infrastructure. And of course, that would also include communications, transport and traffic and transport, and even housing. So all these are also part of our infrastructure. But then by social infrastructure or community building, actually, it goes beyond the traditional or conventional infrastructure. After elucidating on what those terms mean, the reason why we can consider broadening our tax base, it doesn't mean that I'm suggesting that we should broaden our tax base right away. But then very often the administration would say that our source of income or revenue is very unstable, and if we invest heavily in social infrastructure and human capital, where does the money come from? Well, the financial secretary, every time before he announced his budget, he would say that our tax base is very narrow. All right, our taxpayers would only account for some, well, we have over 3 million working people, but then we only have slightly more than 1 million paying tax. But then, well, actually, we only have $689 billion as tax revenue. That's why, well, the concept of broadening our tax base doesn't mean that the administration will have to do it right away. It's a new concept, because once we hear this concept, we might be scared or alarmed, because in 2006, when Henry Tang was the financial secretary, he said that we will have to introduce a new form of tax, that is general sales tax. In fact, that concept is not correct. In fact, by saying that we should broaden our tax base, we are just saying that there should be more headcounts, there should be more transactions, there should be more assets that would be taxable. So what can be done about it? how can we broaden the tax base? It's very simple. We can attract more companies, more overseas companies to come to Hong Kong. More talents should be attracted to work in Hong Kong, and then the tax base will be broadened. We can also step up our measures against tax evaders, and also we should also do more about tax planning. So we have to amend our legislation so that people will not be able to take advantage of our legal loopholes in order to evade tax. And of course, increasing the different forms of tax or introducing a new form of tax is also one of the ways to broaden the tax base. In fact, if our tax base can be broadened, then just think about it. After the tax base is broadened, does that mean that everybody will be required to pay less tax? Another concept that I'd like to refer to is within the Treasury is about the Capital Works Reserve Fund, the CWRF. Many colleagues and those from my sector have been asking me what this fund is all about. The reason why I'm suggesting some changes to that, President. All right, this reserve fund would include the proceeds from land sales and other forms, and from 2008 to 2012, well, if you look at the revenue to the CWRF, it's been very volatile. Well, in 2008, it was $23 billion, and then in 2011 and 2012, there was over $80 billion. And one of the main purposes of the CWRF is the PWF or PWP, or the Public Works Program. And if you look at the expenditure under the PWP over the past few years, there has been very substantial increase. For example, in 2011 and 12, the spending amounted to some 29%, and then in 2013 and 14, well, was for civil engineering expenditure, it amounted to 49%. President, the reason why I'm saying this, I'm not denying the importance of civil engineering works, but then for such expenditure, well, it will come to a saturation point sooner or later. And earlier on, when I spoke in a motion debate, I already said that in terms of our infrastructure, we are not lagging behind at all. Well, the area where Hong Kong is lagging behind is on our social infrastructure and also our human capital. That's why I hope that the administration will think about it. Is it possible for us to change or broaden the use of the CWRF so that different capital expenditure can be funded by the reserve fund instead of relying on infrastructure development? Well, 7 members are going to move amendments to my motion. In fact, they have set out some very specific policy suggestions, and I'm all ears to their remarks. And this is my motion, and I'd like to urge members to support it. Sorry, Mr. Leung, you will have to move your motion. President, I move the motion standing in my name.
I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Kenneth Leung be passed. 7 members wish to move amendments to this motion. This Council will now proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the 7 amendments. I'll first call upon Mr. Kin-yuen to speak, to be followed by Dr. Elizabeth Ward, Mr. Andrew Leung, Mr. Chung-kai, Mr. Ronnie Tong, Ms. Sit Ho, and Mr. Charles Peter Mock respectively, but they may not move amendments at this stage. As Mr. Kin-yuen is not in the chamber, I'll call upon Dr. Elizabeth Kwok to speak. Mr. President, this year, in terms of economic development and competitiveness, society has been engaged in more frequent discussions. A number of surveys indicate that there are now hidden worries and problems in Hong Kong's economy. In recent years, Hong Kong's development has become relatively slow, particularly in terms of innovative impetus. In May this year, in the motion to urge for enhancing Hong Kong's competitiveness, I pointed out that Hong Kong has not spent enough effort on innovative development. our neighboring jurisdictions are ever advancing, so Hong Kong is actually regressing.
To provide the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy, I think there should be more investment on R&D from 0.7% to 1%, and to increase gradually. And we must start with our younger generation. Mr. President, the economic driving force of city or an economy comes from innovation. We must make use of the latest technology and innovation and new technology to increase their competitiveness, and this also must be complemented by human capital and talents, and we must groom talents from their young age. Recently, a friend from the banking sector told me that the friend would be emigrating to other countries very soon, and because she has a daughter of 2 years old, and there is no time for her child to play, because she must send her child to learn to have extracurricular activities, and she needs to face a lot of competition. This is not a good place for her child to grow up in, and she would rather sacrifice her high income to bring her daughter to a place for quality living. Some may think that innovation has to do with adventure and dreams, but now in Hong Kong, some children are registered in 2 kindergartens. Their parents require the children to study both in the morning class and then in an afternoon class. If there is no time for our children to make friends, to play, to explore the world, if we always prevent them from making mistakes, Hong Kong will become a place without innovation and creativity, and the talents will leave Hong Kong, and we won't be able to groom our own talents. If we don't have an innovative younger generation, how can we have innovation? Has the government ever considered the plight of our children nowadays? I believe that the teachers' qualifications, their methodology, and their philosophy must be kept up with the times, be it primary, secondary, or tertiary institutions. Like primary schools, apart from electronic teaching materials, we can also follow the examples of other countries and incorporate the relevant elements in their curriculum. Apart from that, we also need to cultivate the creativity in the minds of our children so that they can make use of the creative thinking skills when they grow up, and also to enhance Hong Kong's innovation, creativity through the use of IT. Many countries and cities in the world are investing heavily on innovation and information technology. In terms of infrastructure and strategic planning, innovation is a must. And Hong Kong must therefore invest heavily on R&D and other creative or other industries. We have the SMEs R&D cash rebate schemes, so on and so forth, to promote the development of innovation. But this is not enough. To keep up with other cities, we can follow the example of Singapore and invest our money wisely into industries with competitive edge and development potentials. And the government can also make use of a fund to invest in some early or preliminary research which has the potential of enhancing Hong Kong's competitiveness and to open up new development areas in Hong Kong. And we can also look for infrastructure and strategic plans or projects on the mainland so that we can collaborate with the mainland partners to improve our economy. and also about the commercialization of R&D results. Mostly, they are supported by commercial-run schemes or support funds. I think we should expand the scope of the fund so that more can benefit, and we can have a diversity of talents, from research to research and development to commercialization of research results. There is one element lacking, and that's applied research. And we need to conduct tests and gauge clients' feedback to improve their products. The government should encourage more feasibility studies in various sectors. And also for the Intellectual Property Center, the government should also encourage its development. Many people have confidence in the brands which are made in Hong Kong, especially we enjoy advantages on the mainland. So we should rely on this competitiveness in Hong Kong to tap the mainland market. Mr. President, I would like to give my concluding remarks with the quotation from a book. Innovation and creativity means daily life stories through selection, then some touching stories can be identified. So if we allow room for more creative thinking and allow adults as well as children to venture into new ideas, it will be conducive to developing innovation in Hong Kong. It may be relevant to today's topic. I emphasize that Hong Kong people need more time, and therefore it is important to promote family-friendly policies. Hong Kong children need to spend more time with their parents, and Hong Kong employees need more time to spend with their families. Apart from their working life, Hong Kong people also need to have time to undergo training or further their studies. They need time to think about their plans. Our development relies heavily on human capital. Well, the DAB is not against the broadening of the tax base, Mr. President. We need to look into how we can expand the sources of income, but we don't see the imminent need to make a change at the moment. And in terms of government expenditure, we see that allocation has been made to invest in human capital. So we think that this can be done by increasing the expenditure under the Capital Works Reserve Fund. So we have reservation about the original motion. I so submit.
Mr. Kin-yuen, Mr. President, as we all know, the problem facing the present government is that how should we make use and distribute resources before it's desirable. In the past few years, the performance of the SARG indicates a reality. That is, there's no long-term commitment on the part of the government. No financial resources are spent on long-term planning to ease Hong Kong's problems. All along with a prudent fiscal principle which is written into the Basic Law, the government has always emphasized that we should make our ends meet and have a balanced budget. But this sort of fiscal philosophy has rendered the government unable to make long-term commitment for long-term development. So we have surplus but cannot ease livelihood problems. That's actually absurd and laughable. In recent years, once the government has accumulated a sum of fiscal surplus, the financial secretary will announce all sorts of one-off candies to be handed out on a piecemeal basis. In the past 5 years, the candies distributed ranged from $20 billion to $140 billion, totaling over $300 billion. A great deal of resources have been spent on these piecemeal short-term measures and had not been used on long-term planning that would benefit society. Apart from candy distribution, resources have been injected into all sorts of funds. This is actually a concealing tactic on the part of the government. There are over 50 government-managed funds. Last year, the overall surplus was set at the level of $70 billion. CCF, $15 billion. ERB, $15 billion. Environment, $5 billion. Language Fund, $5 billion. Totaling over $100 billion. Such public funds have actually been frozen by the government. Only a small portion has been used. They have weak accountability, and such funds operations are under doubt. Some funds have not been fully utilized. The money has not been fully utilized. So these are actually false expenses. The government has been increasing recurrent expenditure to bypass the monitoring of the use of public resources in capital projects. In the past 6 years, every year the government had always presented a deficit budget, but in actual fact, there were always surpluses. In 1 year, it was as high as $100 billion. So, such funds have been used in a cycling manner. But such candies, we have to ask whether or not they are used in the desirable way. Is the government thinking what the public wants? Take the Education Bureau as an example. For its permanent establishment, the administration has been using the excuses of flexibility, funds, etc., to provide unstable funds for the employment of contract teachers or teaching assistants. Most of them are young graduates. According to information from the Education Bureau, cash paid secondary teachers are up to 4,000 number. Contract teachers amount to over 15% of the total number of teachers. This is not appropriate. For short-term posts, it's understandable that contract teachers and contract teaching assistants should be employed. But most of these incumbents are actually fresh graduates from teacher training programs, and they may be swifting from one school to another or one discipline to another. They don't have stable jobs. Some of their qualifications are not recognized by schools, and so some of them have not been able to enjoy increments. Given unstable resources, the wish of contract teachers is not to become permanent, but to keep their jobs. This is equivalent to exploiting contract staff. So I'm moving amendments to the motion to ask the administration to appropriately increase the number of staff on the permanent establishment and to reduce the number of contract staff. I have to mention that in terms of long-term planning for education, the SARG's governance shows no commitment or fewer and fewer commitment. When Mr. C.Y. Tong was in office, education expenses amounted to about a quarter of the overall government expenditure, but this proportion has actually dropped to about 1/5. For GDP, education only takes up 4%, far less than advanced jurisdictions. The mainland Taiwan and Macau have caught up with us. In some cases, they've actually bypassed Hong Kong. They've increased educational expenses, but Hong Kong is still relying on its past resources, and education expenditure has been reduced. For education workers, this is very unacceptable. At the same time, we have to address the wealth gap problem. Our Gini coefficient has reached 0.537, a record high. we have 1.31 million poor people, standing at 19.6% of the population. The net number is 1.02 million, amounting to 15.2% of the population. Many people are living in plight. Unfortunately, our SARG is not poor. Our treasury is flooded with money. At the end of August, we have a surplus of over $690 billion, a huge figure. Reserve, $303.5 billion. So SARG is sitting on this huge pool of wealth, but livelihood has never been improved. Just by handling out of candies will waste our financial resources and result in even wider wealth gaps. The SARG must have new thinking to restructure its finance and to have long-term planning for its policies. In terms of education, medical health care, and social welfare, there should be more recurrent expenditure. The establishment should be enhanced to manifest the long-term commitment of the administration, such that for young teachers and contract staff, their overall livelihood and future career prospects can be better protected. We have to ensure that policies are supported by sufficient resources, people's livelihood is improved, and society can benefit more. Besides, we should study how to enhance the fiscal stability of the government. The government should start research immediately. By doing so, we can have more projects under recurrent expenditure, and members of the public will find it easier to know the exact amounts of money required for all sorts of functions. Then the SARG won't be like Uncle Scrooge. It won't be sitting on huge wealth without using it. We must have a reserve system with credibility instead of blindly following our existing fiscal policies. Many organizations have put forth proposals. For example, a financial reliability fund to be set up. I think the SARG should consider these proposals. Even though these proposals are not adopted, the underlying principles can be included in some other options. So that's the main objective of my amendment. So I speak.
Mr. Andrew Leung. President, I thank Mr. Kenneth Chung for moving this motion. It is it's similar to a usual motion moved by a previous party and the current BPA. Well, this is in relation to economic development, and this is about how to increase our competitiveness and to boost our impetus for innovation. And this is not about a broadening tax base and to catch more people into the tax net. And I think these two are completely different. We need to have a more focused discussion. And this is about boosting the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy. That's why we have the FSTB here, but we don't have the official responsible for innovation and creative industry here. As we all know that in 2013-14 International World Economic Forum, Hong Kong ranked higher and higher. It was 9 last year and this year 7. In competitiveness, but when it comes to creativity, we rank 23rd in Korea and Singapore. They are 9 and 13, which is way ahead of Hong Kong. Tertiary education and training, Hong Kong ranks 23. Well, Singapore's 2 and Korea is 19. And the report also points out that in terms of tertiary industry and innovation, we need improvement. So I will focus my speech on these two areas. First, in relation to R&D, Compared to other advanced economies, our development is quite slow. In 1997, with the financial tsunami, Korea was hard hit. And they introduced a transformation of the economy. And in 1998, they introduced a reform and boost development in innovation, culture, and technology. There is a large amount of resources devoted to it and legislative support. And through dedicated the government department, assistance was given to enterprises. We have Samsung, we have LG, we have famous brands for TV shows, K-pop, cosmetics, cars, and electronic goods. Let's look at Singapore. Since 1991, when they had the first 5-year plan for technological development, they nurture youngsters, students, and arouse their interest in this area. There are various studies conducted to find out what they need, and they've set down policies and plans to attract talents. In senior secondary and university, there are training courses and scholarships offered to ensure that there is a pool of technological research talent, R&D talent. And they also provide a first-class infrastructure to attract overseas investments and talent. Compared to that, we see what we are in the past 30 years. You see that development is closely related to R&D development and talent grooming. As you see that in overseas economies, especially in Asia, they focus on that. But R&D accounts only for 0.67% in Hong Kong, which is way lower than Korea, Singapore, and the mainland. We have to have comprehensive infrastructure planning and to cooperate with the universities, and through the Innovation and Technology Fund and various channels, devote more resources to boost developments in R&D, to groom our talents, and to enhance our promotional activities. And there should be efforts paid to remove barriers between the government, the academy, and the business sector. There should be more assistance given by the government. I once again advocated the proposal of the BPA, that is for 3 times the tax deduction, and to create a cluster effect for high-end technological industries, and to attract youngsters to join the industry, because in this way this will be conducive to future development. In recent years, a lot of parents would like to send their children to universities. They have ignored the importance of vocational training. I was once involved in the VTC. I see that there should be a need to keep introducing new courses, keeping abreast of the changes in the market. And very often, graduates of VTC will see a higher employment than university graduates. You see that there is a great demand for such graduates. The special college of the VTC train a lot of new blood for our creative and innovation technology. I hope that apart from diversified education, they should boost cooperation with tertiary education institutions, and at the same time to complement efforts with the business industry, so that there will be more suitable posts created. Now, youngsters will see that there is a future. This will in turn serve as something that helps them with social mobility. There should also be complementing policies for different sectors to take up the graduates and the talents. We can take reference from the talent training for small and medium enterprises. Perhaps 70% of the training courses can be subsidized to reduce the burdens on SMEs. so that students will have a chance to get a job, and business sectors will have people working for them. Well, what our youngsters need is experience and creativity. There should be crowdfunding, which is a new idea. Through internet platform, the different projects are promoted, information disseminated, and products can be commercialized. And people who would like to take part can make use of this platform to help young people realize their dream. There should be legislation for crowdfunding to enable pooling of funds, and it can complement with angel funds and young entrepreneur, so that our youngsters' innovation and creative capacities can be boosted. We need new impetus, and we need infrastructure. The business industry has been advocating for developing the river loop into a base for tertiary education. There should be the 4th industrial estate and also phase 3 of a science park, so that relevant industries can take root in Hong Kong. We need land, we need premises, we need infrastructure. Say, for example, the registration system of intellectual property. There should be cooperation with the National Intellectual Property Bureau in the vetting of applications of IPR. The application can be processed directly, and the patent will be issued directly to the applicant. And there should be cooperation with relevant education institutions to work out the details, to train up local patent professionals. In this way, there will be a brighter future for this industry. There has been rapid economic development in the Asian areas. Singapore has been very active in attracting overseas talents. Korea has seen great technological development. Hong Kong is no longer the only successful example in Asia. We need to pick up our paces to catch up, otherwise we will lag far behind. There should be a specific technological policy formulated to boost up our competitiveness. I so submit.
Mr. Chung-kai. Thank you, President. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving this motion. So now we have the opportunity to debate how we could make the most of public finances, public resources, and promote the development of Hong Kong. The Democratic Party has moved this amendment because we hope that the government will formulate policies to respond to the sliding of Hong Kong's positions in various ranking tables. And also we need to do something to protect the core values of Hong Kong, for example, freedom of information. The IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook 2013, published by the Institute for Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, shows that Hong Kong's global competitiveness ranking has dropped from 1st to 3rd. Mr. Andrew Leung referred to the World Economic Forum report. We dropped a few more places too, so this is something of concern to us. Now, in the IMD World Competitiveness Year book report, now we have slid in a number of areas. For example, government effectiveness. Now we're going to see a retirement exodus of civil servants, so there will be succession problems, and also there is a lack of training of political talents. So government's effectiveness is going to become worse. And effectiveness in starting businesses. Well, we have simple tax regime. Still, we could still maintain a large number of new startup businesses, but in terms of infrastructure development, we have we've seen a slide of a number of places. Last week we talked about infrastructure planning. maybe we can see that infrastructure development has been rather slow in the past few years. Other members mentioned that as well. But the government must understand that there is not proper consultation in relation to infrastructure projects. For example, site identification, conservation, and so on. That's why there have always been conflicts between the government and the public. For this reason, among 60 cities, Hong Kong is ranked third from the bottom. And then there are also erroneous housing policies and so on. So the index of living in Hong Kong remains high. And then many international reports also criticize Hong Kong for the pollution problem. Hong Kong is actually the most polluted among many cities. We have the most serious problems in terms of pollution. That includes air pollution. Now for air pollution, all 16 major chambers of commerce have complained about Hong Kong's air pollution is a serious problem. And the government isn't doing much to improve the situation. And on light pollution, the government has not legislated for regulating light pollution. And on waste, recently we encounter problems in relation to landfills. The government is thinking of doing something, for example, charging for waste, or the producer responsibility scheme. Still, all these are moving rather slowly. For the Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Report 2013 of the World Economic Forum, from this report we see that among 140 countries and places under survey, Hong Kong ranks 71st, 108th, and 50th respectively in tourism infrastructure, environmental sustainability, and health and hygiene. And for tourism infrastructure in terms of hotel room numbers, while in the first 7 months of this year, Hong Kong has seen 70 million visitors, an increase of 30% compared to the year before. But there's only a supply of 68,700 odd hotel rooms. Occupancy rate is 88%. Average hotel room rate is $1,405, double that in on the neighboring Taiwan. We see there's a short supply of hotel rooms, and hotel room rate is on the high side. And also on conservation of the natural environment, the government is not doing enough, so this reports have criticized Hong Kong in this area as well. On freedom of the press, in a survey of the Reporters Without Borders, Hong Kong's ranking has dropped from 18th in 2002 to 58th in 2013. And in the region, we are seeing increasing self-censorship, and Hong Kong, the Radio Hong Kong is being left to decline. And then there is infringement of freedom of the press. And then there's recent surveillance legislation in place that's helped, that's undermined the journalist's principle of protecting the source of the information. And then there, and also even telephone calls could be tapped. I'm sure some in the pro-establishment camp may not think that press freedom is important for our economic development. They may say that in Singapore there is no freedom of the press, but Singapore is doing better than Hong Kong. Well, I don't agree. I and the Democratic Party are moving the amendments because we would like to remind people and the government the importance of freedom of the press to Hong Kong as an international financial center. Now we want Hong Kong to become an information or database hub in the Asia-Pacific region, and we want more media organizations to set up regional headquarters in Hong Kong. Then freedom of the press is important, and creativity is also important. Now the Reporters Without Borders have dropped Hong Kong's, has lowered Hong Kong's ranking by 40 places in a matter of 10 years, so we have to see that. And we've also moved an amendment about facilitating public and media access to government records. We should also amend the relevant surveillance legislation, because we need to protect core values of Hong Kong. On the other amendments moved by other members, the Democratic Party supports them in principle. For the amendments moved by Mr. Kin-yuen, well, as I said earlier, there is going to be a retirement exodus in the civil service. There will be succession problems. So the government should increase the number of permanent posts and reduce the number of contract staff. That will help to provide better service to the public. Compared to other OECD countries and other developed economies, Hong Kong is investing a lot less in education and health. So we need to increase recurrent spending in education and healthcare. The Democratic Party believes there is need to do so because that will help to promote education and vocational training. And so we'll have a multi-pronged approach in training talents. It's also in response to what Mr. Kenneth Leung says in his original motion about human capital. So that will bring about bigger benefits to the community as a whole. Now, on widening the tax base, on this amendment we have reservation because widening the tax base may mean more will be caught by the tax net. Now, for those who could afford, they should already be in the tax net. If we widen the tax net, there is a chance that some may be caught inadvertently in the tax net. Now we are sitting on a huge fiscal reserve. There is no urgency in widening the tax base. I and the Democratic Party have asked the government to allow business in declaring profits to enjoy a 200% tax deduction for the expenses on training, purchase of green facilities and scientific research and so on. This is to encourage enterprises to provide training to employees and enhance their work in environmental protection and promote creativity. I hope members will support that. My amendments are similar to those moved by Dr. Elizabeth Kwok. It's about guiding high-quality scientific research. The Democratic Party will support the amendments moved by Mr. Andrew Leung and Mr. Charles Mok. And finally, I would like to express regret. Yesterday, the government issued 2 TV licenses instead of 3. And in our amendments, we have proposed issuing additional sound broadcasting licenses and TV licenses by way of auction, and to open up the airwaves. Now, Dr. Elizabeth Kwok mentioned the question of immigration. Perhaps I reach out to a different group than that reached out by Dr. Elizabeth Kwok. People more and more are emigrating because people have no confidence in the SL government and in CY Leung. So that's my remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Ronnie Tong, Mr. Deputy, just now the mover of the original motion, Mr. Kenneth Leung, said in his remarks that, some actually asked him why he was moving this motion and what it was all about. I have to admit that I was one of them. Well, I didn't mean it to be derogatory, but then if you look at the wording of the motion, I do have difficulties understanding this. If you look at the original wording of this, it says that given the lack of impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy, we should broaden our tax base and increase the types of expenditure under the Capital Works Reserve Fund so that on the one hand we can have a balanced budget, and on the other we can increase our investment in human capital and social infrastructure. So I try to understand it from the logic of the original wording, because if you look at the logic of the original wording, I think it's based on a misguided fact. Apparently, the most fundamental message that this motion is trying to send out is that we need to have impetus for innovation in our economy. We are short of funds. That's why we have to broaden our tax base, and therefore we have to allow our CWRF to have greater flexibility so that it will be able to do more. All right, if there is a new immigrant or a visitor to Hong Kong who doesn't have a lot of understanding of Hong Kong, then when he reads this motion, he might have thought that Hong Kong doesn't have enough revenue to meet its expenditure, and we do have a lot of grand plans that we are not able to implement because of a shortage of funds, or that our sources of revenue have not been stable. But then the actual situation cannot be farther from the truth. If you look at our reserve and also our funds, we are talking about trillions of dollars in our reserve. Every year, since the reunification, on average, in terms of our revenue, when compared to our budget, we are actually having some $35 billion more than we had budgeted. So that's the average surplus that we have every year. So we are underestimating our revenue by about $35 billion every year. And if you look at our reserve, is almost the highest. It's able to meet us over 22 months of expenditure. Let's say if there is no revenue at all, then if any government can sustain it for 3 more months, then it's already quite remarkable. Just look at the U.S. government, all right? It's not able to sustain for another month. And in our case, we are able to sustain for another 22 months or more. So what does that mean? Is it that we are sitting on funds without being able to use them? I'm not trying to dwell on the figures. Well, all right, if you have money and if you are not able to use it, then there is no reason why you should increase tax, and there is also no justification for broadening our tax base. All right, if I want to use it, but then I don't have it, and I therefore am not able to use it, then it's quite another story. Well, Mr. Deputy, assuming that, well, from the figures that I just quoted, we do have the money, but then we have not been using it. So there is an imbalance in terms of our revenue and expenditure. But then the problem is the other way around. We are actually having too much revenue without spending enough of it. So that's already in contravention of the provisions of the Basic Law, because in the Basic Law, it assumes that we will maintain a low tax rate and we will keep a balanced budget. So we have not been able to do both. So now we are talking about broadening tax base. All right, during the last term of government, as you might recall, the last term of government also attempted to broaden the tax base. And back then, the theory was that, all right, because our sources of revenue had not been stable, and we should change it in such a way that everybody in the community would be paying tax. It's like in many other countries, they have sales tax. In the end, they failed, and Mr. Henry Tang, the then financial secretary, took the initiative to withdraw such move, because in the end, the administration told us that, all right, I'd like to broaden the tax base, but then I'm not willing to spend a bit more by providing more support for the poor. All right. Well, you're asking them to pay tax if they buy a loaf of bread. And yet, on the other hand, you're not willing to do something appropriate to relieve the lower rung of our society in tackling the difficulties that they encounter. Well, if you try to do that, and if you still call for a broadening of the tax base, how can it work? All right, Mr. Kenneth Leung, in moving this motion, have you learned the lesson from the previous term of government? If you just say that you'd like to broaden the tax base, then we will have to face up to this issue. Is our tax base right now too narrow? All right, many people are saying that, all right, our tax base is too narrow. But then the fact that we have so much fund sitting our reserve, all right, out of the 1 million paying tax, actually only a few tens of thousands are paying the largest amount of tax. In fact, that cannot be farther from the truth. Well, Hong Kong is very different from other places. For all of us, every day, we are actually paying a land tax. It's not a formal form of tax, but then it's a de facto tax. Why? That's because since the reunification, all right, many people are saying that actually that's been the case before the reunification, but that doesn't make it right. In fact, our public policy is based on the fact that we have to put out our land for sale, and the highest bidder will get it. So that would mean that they would try to sell the units in turn at the highest price possible. Let's not forget that we also have another tier of developers, and of course they are there for profits, and on top of that, the units will be ready for sale, and they will be sold to you and me. All right, it's okay if they sell the units to you and me. All right, Mr. Deputy. Well, if the units are sold to the ordinary member of the public, all right, if I sell it at a higher price, and if I have to practice, for example, then I would also have to charge a bit higher. And then for shop operators, if they have to pay higher rents, then they, of course, will have to pass it on to their customers. And even for those running factories and so on, they would also have to pass the cost on to the consumers. So all members of the public inevitably will have to pay for part of that. So how can you not call it a land tax? And the ACL government is in total control of land supply. All right, if it thinks fit, it can decide not to supply that much land, and as a result, property prices will go up, and then they'll be able to get back everything from stamp duty. So the government will not lose. So just look at the figures. I'm not cheating. All right, these are public figures. Well, in 2009 and 10, land sales proceeds are $37.3 billion. 2010 and 2011 was $62 billion. At 11 to 12, we're talking about $83.1 billion. And also in 2012 to 13, $69.1 billion, a slight drop, but then it's still not bad. So by way of land exchange and also by private treaty grant, in fact, proceeds from that already amounted to some $25 billion. Mr. Deputy, Mr. C.Y. Leung has been chanting every day that I'll have to maintain the cooling measures, and this council will have to approve them as soon as possible, and there is no way that he is going to dilute it. But then, who is the culprit? It's the SL government, because it's the SL government which has made the flour very expensive, and as a result, bread would of course be very costly. And now you're telling us that, well, you should not be selling that at such a high price, and people should not be scrambling for it. So on the one hand, they're actually taking away $100, and then in return, they are returning they're giving $10 back to us. So what's the logic behind this? So when it comes to broadening the tax base, well, I cannot but feel really very agitated about this. And if you do not have a proper fiscal policy, if you're not able to properly run your finances, and if you still insist on this high land premium policy, then why are you saying that you do not have the resources in investing in these? So please do consider it carefully.
Hi. Mr. To. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. In Hong Kong, today's situation is bizarre. The treasury is flooded with money, but our people are poor. Not just the grassroots are poor. Even the middle class has been affected by high land prices and the industrialization, so to speak, of the education sector. So our people have been living in difficulties. So I'd like to thank Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving this motion so that we can discuss our direction ahead. At the beginning, the Labour Party found it difficult to support the original motion of Mr. Kenneth Leung, mainly because of the expression broadening the tax base. If these four words, broadening the tax base, is not in the original motion, we are most prepared to support the motion without hesitation, because that's the major direction. But for this broadening of tax base, the former Financial Secretary used the expression to implement GST so as to include those who are not originally in the tax net into the tax net. Everybody wants to pay tax. Everybody wants his income to exceed the threshold such that he can pay tax. But if we use the approach of broadening the tax base, even the low-income families will have to pay tax. We do not support that. Just now, Mr. Kenneth Leung explained that that's not what he meant. The adjustment could be upwards, not just downwards. So he's not proposing to axe the poor people. Unfortunately, you said that rather late. In a moment, the Labour Party will state its mind. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's amendment has not deleted the expression broadening the tax base. So I told the Secretariat that if Mr. Ip Kin-yuen's amendment is passed, I'll withdraw my amendment. Just now, Mr. Kenneth Leung explained his motion to us, so we can reconsider our position. But I have to put this on record because we don't want the government to use this as an excuse to say that the Labour Party once supported the broadening of tax base. So I have to make it clear that we're acting in accordance with Mr. Kenneth Leung's explanation just now. He talked about the method of taxation for different sectors of the community. In a moment, the Labour Party will say something about profits tax and other tax items such that we can have universal retirement protection for our population. So I have to explain to Mr. Leung that for all the amendments, apart from those from the two members who are very closely related in their work, the expression broadening the tax base has been deleted. So we're working towards the same direction. Mr. Deputy, let me go back to some basic issues in the motion and the amendments. Mr. Kenneth Leung explained the concept of human capital and community building. We very much agree with him. Medical, healthcare, education, social welfare, etc. Very often we want universal retirement protection. All these are under community building. Mr. Leung even mentioned the rule of law. We've always told the Secretary for Justice that the Chinese drafting of laws does rely a group of experts who emphasize both law and language. At the moment, a senior law draftsman casually adds expressions to our laws like the term 伴侶 partner. We're including mainland expressions into United Nations documents and then into our own laws. So for law drafting methodology, we told the administration that we need to keep a group of experts to do law drafting and language work. But then the law draftsman told us that there are not enough resources. Well, Mr. Ronnie Tong told us that we do not lack resources, actually, because we have huge surpluses. On the average, we have a surplus of $35 billion per year. In the past decade or so, we had 2 financial turmoil and 1 SARS outbreak. Even so, we got such an average surplus. And the net growth or the net surplus stands as over $400 billion, over $460 billion. So it's not true that our proceeds are not enough. It's just that the administration has no intention to spend the money. Mr. John Zhang said that 5 years into his office as FS, government expenditure has increased by 32%. That's recurrent expenditure. For overall government expenditure, it has increased by 62%. But then he said that the growth should match economic growth. We always say that we should start from the year 2003-04 and not from the starting of the term of Mr. John Zhang. Mr. Anthony Leung then hugely suppressed government expenditure. Each government department had to reduce expenditure by 5%. And the many civil service jobs had been outsourced. As a result, many contract staff had been exploited. It's labor exploitation because back then, expenditure had been suppressed. But after 2003, our economy grew. But the recurrent expenditure of the government has not caught up with the disparity or discrepancy. Even now, there's still a discrepancy. So the Labour Party is moving this amendment to ask the government to increase recurrent expenditure to the tune of $20 billion per year. Only by doing so can we do away with the discrepancy. Mr. John Zhang told us that we could put forth suggestions, but we have to follow the principle of a balanced budget. But in the Basic Law, Article 107 asks for a balanced budget, but not on a yearly basis. You don't need to make a wrongful forecast, and every year you end up with a surplus. Even during the SARS outbreak, we told the administration that we should use a midterm calculation method to balance our books. If you use that method, you find that we've underestimated our income, that is revenue, so we should increase our recurrent expenditure now to the tune of $20 billion per year. So, no matter how mature your policies are, no matter what social consensus you have, say, for example, small class teaching is supported here, improvement of air quality, environment protection, green industries, etc., all supported by us. These policies have matured in this council. It is the administration that has not matured. It is the FS who refuse to talk. He'd rather distribute candies. At first, he distributed 3% and then 10%. Altogether, we've spent $150 billion on candy distribution. If this has been put into small class teaching, increase of university places, increase of elderly home places and places for the disabled, we should have enough money to cover expenses under these heads for 10 years. So we should rectify the present phenomenon of having a rich government but a poor population. We should catch up with the past. We should have an additional $20 billion of expenditure every year so as to reduce social conflicts.
Mr. Charles Mock. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to thank Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving this motion today. And he talks about a number of points which has intrigued me. And they include lack of impetus for innovation, etc. And this is exactly what Hong Kong is lacking. Now, he suggests that the government increase investment in human capital and social infrastructure, etc. Well, other members, however, are interested in the point about broadening the tax base. Now, Mr. Leung already explained the broad definition for his statement, but some members viewed it from the point of a narrow definition. I support you, Mr. Leung, anyways. I hope that members could consider Mr. Leung's explanation just now. Hong Kong's economy has been heavily relying on the financial industry, etc. And all along we have been accused of losing our competitive edge, and we have been pushed back the various charts and ranks. In fact, we do have the prerequisites for developing innovative industries. Now, the World Economic Forum, the founder of the World Economic Forum once said that the future development of the economies depend on innovation. I support Mr. Leung's motion today because we should not only talk about innovation and technology, and neither should we focus on emerging industries. We need innovation for the whole of Hong Kong's economy. With aging population and a reduction in the younger population, we need innovative industries. We need to diversify our industries and increase upward social mobility. Over the past decade, the government has been trying to promote emerging industries. However, they have yet to be developed to a state to become economic pillars. The government has all along stated in its budget the importance of innovation. However, we don't see the government placing any actual importance in this regard. Instead, the government grabs land for housing development. It takes 10 years to produce housing, and for human capital and long-term planning, well, we need time as well. My amendment is about the developing technology industries, and there are 4 aspects. The first aspect is to enhance technology education. Dr. Elizabeth Quad just now talked about the introduction of programming education in schools, and in the consultation paper Digital 21 published by the government, this point was mentioned. So her amendment is similar to mine. And various countries are experiencing a shortage of STEM, and that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We need talents from these areas. And recently, fewer and fewer students study ICT, that is specialization in computing, etc. And in fact, my alliance in July this year conducted a survey on the teachers, parents, and schools. We had a review on the curricula of the primary and secondary schools, and in fact the curriculum guidelines for the computer subject was in fact made in 1999. So we should review the curriculum guidelines and improve them, and improve the supporting facilities in schools so that teachers have sufficient support. The other point is to create a good environment for starting up businesses. There should be products with potential so as to attract investors. There should be support for starting up businesses so as to improve the environment for technology industries. And in this regard, investors in Hong Kong are few. Entrepreneurs face a lot of difficulties, and this forms a vicious circle. And we support, I support Mr. Leung's, Andrew Leung's amendment. And he has suggested some tax breaks and matching funds to support the relevant industries. The third aspect is about the development or supporting the development of local applied scientific research and technology transfer. For investment in technology, the investment period is longer, the cycle is longer, and the risk level is relatively higher. The environment is not conducive to the development of applied scientific research in universities or commercialization of the R&D results. The academics prefer to write papers instead, and it's very difficult, and there is a shortfall in terms of expectations. So we need to review the criteria for research grants in tertiary institutions, and to encourage academics to carry out applied scientific research and to commercialize the R&D results. Now, because of complex formalities, time is needed for the industries in Hong Kong to get support. So we should do away with the red tape, and the sector have reflected to me that sometimes the Commission is micromanaging matters, and they need to spend much time in processing applications. This also happens to the government subsidized research centers as well. That it hampers on their efficiency, and apart from long-term investment, the government should also do away the red tape for these research personnel and research centers. Lastly, the government should assist Hong Kong technological enterprises in tapping overseas markets through a scheme under the ITC, where they can now commercialize R&D results, and I have been urging the government to relax the criteria so that private enterprises can also benefit from the scheme, so that the R&D results can be applied or can be commercialized. Developing the local market is also very important. The government should take the lead in supporting these companies. In South Korea, the government prevents larger corporations in taking part in government projects. For example, for government projects involving a sum of 800 million Korean currency or 5 million Hong Kong dollars, only companies with less than 300 employees can bid the projects. If the South Korean government can do that, Hong Kong government should be able to do that as well. So money should be, or more should be done to help develop the market, the local market. Now, Mr. Chung-kai mentioned offering a 200% tax deduction for the expenses, etc. I support it. And also about Mr. Kin-yuen's amendments on reducing the number of contract staff, etc. I also support his amendment. Ms. Sit-ho is against the dishing out of sweeteners and to have fiscal reform instead. I support her amendment as well. Mr. Deputy, innovation can help Hong Kong transform and upgrade, but more resources should be allocated to help the development of the innovation and technology industries, and there should be long-term and comprehensive and specific planning for in this regard. And I urge members to support my amendment, and also to support Mr. Leung's original motion. I so submit.
The Secretary for Financial Services in the Treasury. Mr. President, I'd like to thank Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving the motion optimizing public finance and enhancing impetus for innovation, and Ms. Kin-yuen, Ms. Quat, Elizabeth Quat, Ms. Andrew Leung, Ms. Chung-kai, Ms. Ronnie Tong, Ms. Sit-ho, and Mr. Charles Mok for moving the amendments so that we can exchange our views on relevant issues. Mr. Kenneth Leung and several members have moved the motion amendments, and they can be grouped into two parts. The first part involves public finance management issues, such as making good use of reserves, widening tax base, one-off relief measures, so on and so forth. The second group deals with resource allocation, putting more emphasis on raising Hong Kong's competitiveness, substantially increasing human capital, investment in social infrastructure, investment in education, innovation, and technology. I hope that I will speak first on public finance management briefly. The SARG has all along been adhering to the principle of prudent financial management. In managing public finance, we are pragmatic, we are committed to the community, and we uphold the principle of sustainability. We endeavor to maintaining low tax rate and simple tax regime. Adhering to this principle is very important to maintaining the confidence of international financial investors and local investors. Whilst we uphold principal value for money and prudent financial management, we are not conservative in expenditure. Since 1998, revenue and expenditure have been hovering around 20% of GDP. We have experienced 5 years of deficits and 11 years of surplus in our financial accounts. In 2012-13 financial year, GDP accumulated nominal growth at about 50%. Accumulated revenue increase was similar, but accumulated increase in expenditure was nearly 100%. In the 2013-14 financial year, according to budget, government expenditure will reach $440 million. In comparison, 1997-98 financial year, there was an increase of $250 million, or an increase of more than 100%. In comparison with nominal GDP growth, and that was only about 50-odd%. As for recurrent expenditure, 2013-14, recurrent expenditure is budgeted at about $291.3 billion. In comparison, 1997-98, an increase of nearly 100%. Recurrent expenditure increase reflects our long-term commitment in improving people's livelihood. In terms of expenditure, education, healthcare, and social welfare, they account for about 60%. In comparison, 1997-98, expenditure on education increased by about 70%. Healthcare expenditure increased by about 90%, and social welfare expenditure increased by about 2 times. Just now, a few members who have spoken asked the administration to make good use of fiscal reserves for a long-term plan. In the long term, one of our major challenges is population aging. With the increase in the number of elderly, we expect the expenditure on healthcare and welfare will substantially increase. Last year, 980,000 people are more than age 65, accounting for 14% population, and ratio will continue to increase. By 2014, the number of elderly will substantially increase to 2.56 million, or about 30% of our population. Labor population will decline, economic vitality will decline, economic driving force for economic growth will decline, and that will have far-reaching implications on government revenue and sustainability of public expenditure. The investment in healthcare and social welfare has already accounted for 40% of government recurring expenditure. Aging population will reduce supply of labor and increase in productivity. With decline in population and slowdown in economic growth, the government is facing heavier and heavier pressure. Without changing tax types, with a narrower tax base in view of rising social welfare expenditure arising from aging population, there will be higher financial pressure on the government. In view of demand for increasing expenditure, the administration has to adhere to the principle of prudent financial management and value for money. We should maintain stability and sustainability so as not to compress the resources for other government services. As for making good use of fiscal reserves, I want to say that this is not our wealth reserve. We have to make use of these funds day to day. The level of reserves reflect the government's total cash balance. The reserves are for the expenditure on a daily basis, paying for capital works, and also special funds which cannot be transferred. For example, the lotteries fund, land fund, disaster relief fund, etc. We need to make sure that there are enough reserves to discharge our duties, including stabilizing the Hong Kong dollar, providing a buffer during economic downturn, dealing with liabilities and contingencies, and also committed expenditure. And also we need to deal with future challenges like handling population aging. reserves are not inexhaustible. We need to control our expenditures tightly and ensure financial sustainability. Mr. Leung, Mr. Sin, and Mr. Tong have spoken on widening tax base, reviewing tax policy and measures. All along, Hong Kong upholds a low tax rate, a simple tax regime and low tax rate. We endeavor to maintain a fair and neutral tax regime to meet the needs of the development of society and economy and businesses and maintain our competitiveness. We keep reviewing our tax regime continuously. That includes formulating the budgets through various channels. We consult the views of various sectors. We introduce various tax measures. And we respond to the trend in society and make suitable tax adjustments. In the long term, a narrow tax base is something we need to face up to. The administration in July 2006 issued a consultation document on tax reform, and through the tax reform public consultation, members the public generally had a better understanding of narrow tax base, and they recognized that the problem had to be resolved. But as for the solutions for broadening tax base, the public did not have a clear inclination, or was there a mainstream view. Ms. Yip asked the administration to actively consider enhancing the stability of government revenue, and Mr. Ronnie Tong has mentioned Highland price policy. Hong Kong is a small and open economy. We have a narrow tax base. Major sources of revenue, such as profits tax, is easily affected by fluctuation in the economy. That is indisputable. Yet the administration doesn't rely mainly on land revenue. In 2012-13, the major revenue of the administration comes from profits tax and sales tax, accounting for 40%, and land sales accounting for only 15% government revenue, making the tax regime more stable and income more stable and diversified is our regular work. We will try to make sure that our revenue will not be lost. Say in 2007, 2008, we changed the dealing of investment return of our fiscal reserve, making the income more stable. It has become a major source of government revenue. We have to make sure we also uphold the principle of user pay, and because of this, we have in phases reviewed various government fees and charges, in particular those which have not been adjusted over the years, or the recovery rates are too low, so that the items will not become subsidies and thereby undermining government revenue. Mr. Chung-kai mentioned tax doubling the tax allowances for training expenses, purchase of environmental equipment and R&D. And Mr. Leung also has a similar proposal with regard to R&D and training and environmental protection facilities. There is already 100% tax deduction rate. If a double deduction is provided, it will depart from fairness of the tax regime system. It is difficult to distinguish other expenses of the companies from these expenses in terms of tax deduction. Providing double 200% tax deduction for these special expenses is something we have reservations. And only about 10% of the companies are paying profits tax. Even providing 200% tax deduction for special expenses may not be an incentive for the businesses. As for investing in infrastructure, in 2012-13, capital expenditure reached 62.4 billion. In 2013-14, we expect that expenditure will reach $70 billion. In comparison, 97-98, an increase of nearly 200%, or 2 times. Together with the coming of the climax of several major infrastructure projects, capital expenditure will remain at this high level in the coming few years. Just now, Mr. Kenneth Leung urged the administration to increase the types of expenditure of CWRF, including social infrastructure. Under the CWRF, there are 11 heads, including land acquisition, port and airport development, buildings, drainage, and civil engineering, highways, new towns and urban development, waterworks, housing, capital subvention, and major system and equipment, and computerization. The scope of these expenditures are listed in the budget of the CWRF. We will review the types from time to time. So if in drawing up the budget, we'll look at the heads and subheads if necessary. We can comply with the resolution under the CWRF to increase the types of expenditure. At the end of, or rather in 2013-14, in March this year, the commitment is about $300 billion, which is half our reserve. Since our accounting system, public finance accounting system, is cash-based, we do not have any provision for capital works. If there is any decline in government revenue, then we will, from land sales, then we'll have to transfer funds from our general revenue to pay for our commitments. Under the CWRF, if we are to use our reserves, we need to uphold prudent financial management principle. We have to make sure that we have adequate financial resources to maintain other government expenditures. Mr. Kin-yuen asked the administration, Mr. Yip comments on the one-off measures and also the setting up of funds or injection of funds. The one-off measures can help the public to deal with the pressure arising from their living. And broadly speaking, these anti-cyclical measures are able to even out short-term economic fluctuations, maintain expenditure, consumption, support the labor market. The political parties and members of the public have different views whether one-off measures should be continued. Some grassroots of the view that the administration can help them through tide over their difficulties and bring relief to them, but some of the view that there shouldn't be one-off measures. Instead, resources should be used to provide regular support for suitable government policy to help the needy. The administration is willing to listen to the views of different sectors. Ms. Ho's amendment proposes that the administration make good use of government surplus and increase regular expenditure to the tune of $20 billion to investment in manpower, in human capital, and social infrastructure. We understand the members' concern of the poverty gap. We understand the investment in education, training, and diversification in the economy are helpful to promote social mobility. Now we have few tax types and narrow tax space. Our revenue mainly come from profits tax, land sales tax, and stamp duty. They are fluctuating and they are difficult to forecast. We cannot increase our expenditure substantially simply because of a surplus, a big surplus in a particular year or also over several years. Our total income and expenditure are about $400 billion respectively, and which is about 20% of GDP. And if we increase the expenditure by $20 billion, that will be about 5%. The administration has to drop a deficit budget and reduce government reserves. Unless there is comparable economic growth, the government may not need to increase tax. Otherwise, any deliberate attempt to increase recurrent expenditure to a magnitude more than economic growth and growth in revenue is against the principle of prudent financial management. Members, through today's motion, a number of issues on optimizing public finance and enhancing Hong Kong's economic creativity have been raised. I'm happy to listen to members' advice on enhancing Hong Kong's competitiveness, invest in human resource and information and technology. I will respond to members' views later.
Mr. Peter Zhang. Mr. Deputy, in the motion last week, I said that the administration is sitting on $700 billion in reserve and tens of billions of dollars surplus each year. It's not the case that the government has no money. It's just that they are tight-fisted. Well, compared to these issues, there is no urgency in the discussion of a tax base, but there is urgency in returning wealth back to Hong Kong people to support the 70% of poor people. The original motion talks about increasing investment in human capital and social infrastructure. It's rather vague, and it fails to point out the crust of the problem and how to resolve them. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen and Ms. Sid Ho talks about the directions in the motion, and I agree with them. When it comes to better use of public money, it means making good use of public money. When it comes to efficiency, people think that we should leave it to the market because it is most efficient. But experience tells us that the market may fail if capitalism is given a free rein. Then the strong will prey on the weak, and that becomes two opposing forces in public finance. How can we make sure that public money is efficiently used and at the same time is fair? It is a major issue in society. Of course, we know about the drawbacks of sharing everything. Everything is communal because as a result, efficiency will decrease. I think the general public do not object to a certain gap between the wealth and the poor, as long as the distribution is fair, because in this way efficiency will improve. And we know that if there is no efficiency, it will be difficult to maintain the various measures in a fair way. And without efficiency, we will not be able to deal with the problems brought by an increasing population. But without fairness, and if the wealth gap is too wide, and as a result there is disparity between the wealthy people and the poor people, then there will be negative consequences, and in turn it will affect the harmony of society. We ask for universal retirement protection. We ask for a minimum wage and standard working hours because we want to alleviate the conflicts between the different strata of society. Hong Kong advocates a free market. Of course, efficiency is paramount. At the same time, it has to be fair. We see that in Nordic countries, they advocate fairness and efficiency. And in the most habitable places in the world, Hong Kong has always been among one of the top areas. And we have enjoyed the status of being a competitive place. So we have efficiency. But when society is getting more and more divisive, then fairness is lacking behind. I ask people from the business sector to reflect on this and to support universal suffrage for the LegCo and the chief executive, because this is the only way to ensure fairness, and this is also a good way to implement a capitalist system. Mr. Ip Kin-yuen mentioned about increasing the number of staff on the permanent establishment of government department, and also to reduce the number of contract staff and adopt a new thinking to restructure public finance and to make good use of the fiscal surplus. Ms. Ho mentioned about the addition of $20 billion in its regular recurrent expenditure, so that the wealth can be redistributed to poor people. If society is poor and the government is wealthy, then it is the biggest unfairness of all. I ask everyone to take to their heart the important step of Hong Kong that is going to be taken. We have to seize the opportunity of the setting of the poverty line We have to deal with the problem of a large poor population face on. We have to improve our efficiency and to address the imbalance of unfairness. We have to reprioritize the different issues and help poor people get out of poverty so that we can gradually reduce the widening disparity between the rich and the poor. People from the grassroots should be given room to breathe and address the problem of high Gini coefficient, thereby reducing the wealth gap. We use public money on social services, and this is the ultimate solution to address social problems. And by using public money in this way, it will improve the living standard of people and ensure equal opportunities for everyone. We have a sound financial foundation to do this kind of work in society. If we only keep our eyes on economic development while ignoring social welfare, we will miss another opportunity and we will going along the path of failure. I hope that we will not lose this opportunity, and the administration as a result will be blamed. I so submit. Mr. Dennis Kwok. First of all, I thank Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving this motion for us to have an opportunity to discuss this important issue. Mark Anderson, a famous entrepreneur in information technology, said that China is a very good place where innovation and creativity ideas are everywhere, but there is no chance for it to flourish. And if we have an opportunity to promote innovation and creative development, then it will be a golden opportunity. But according to Mark Anderson, Hong Kong actually is one of the innovative places in Southeast Asia because we have entrepreneurship and we have innovative because we have a rule of law. Sometimes the government is criticized for lopsiding towards the business sector. How come when it comes to innovation technology, we fail to bring a breakthrough? How come that compared to other economies and countries, we lag behind? According to the 2013 World Competitiveness Yearbook, Hong Kong ranked 7th. But the World Economic Forum also says that if Hong Kong is to increase its competitiveness, then in terms of tertiary education and innovation, we have to put in more resources to bring great development. When it comes to innovation, we rank 23rd. Out of the 4 little dragons in Asia, we are the last. Taiwan is 8th, Singapore 9, and Korea 17. When it comes to tertiary education, Hong Kong ranks 22nd. Out of the 4 little dragons, Hong Kong is the lowest. Taiwan 11, Korea 19, Singapore 2, second. Compared to other European countries, Austria and Ireland, we devote less in tertiary education. That's why our innovative technology fails to develop, and we lag behind other economies. When a knowledge-based economy is the direction to develop, and if a place is lagging behind in education and innovation, we are losing out. So these two actually go hand in hand. And of course, with a high education level, if the education level is low, then there will be a low level of innovation. Resources devoted to tertiary education directly affects development of high technology industries. We have good infrastructure. But when it reaches a certain stage, we need to develop human infrastructure. If we do not devote resources to our younger generation, to our tertiary education, so that we will not lose out at the starting point, then in the 21st century we will lose out. There is a famous political commentator, Will Hutton, said in his book that in the UK there is a successful innovation technology system enabling scientists and businessmen to be more adventurous. This is a breakthrough. Out of research funds, a part is devoted to projects identified with conditions. Out of university subsidy in R&D projects, there will be regular assessment and review. So private companies will know about these R&D projects in universities. So there is a bridge between the business sector and universities. Hong Kong can take reference from this. Well, that can be a separate fund to support R&D development. This will serve as additional fund for universities to identify new R&D projects. I ask the Secretary to consider this. Apart from investment, we need support from the business sector for innovation industry to flourish. However, in this regard, the business sector showed little interest. According to the 2013 World Competitiveness Yearbook, when it comes to R&D, we rank very low. In Hong Kong, of course, financial services and real estate make the most profit. And if we rely on these two, then there is no need to talk about R&D and innovation. But our research level in universities is world class. If we devote more resources to groom talents in universities, then it will be possible for us to develop the R&D and innovation industry. We know that our universities sometimes cooperate with other world-class universities and R&D center on applied research and to cooperate with international enterprises. Hong Kong can be turned into an R&D center. We need the support of the government. Lastly, in Damnenus, I cite an example. If the government promise to actively provide assistance to R&D industries, this will serve as an important pillar. In the UK, the government takes the lead in the R&D development. I so submit. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Martin Liu, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Kenneth Leung proposes to widen the tax base and increase the types of expenditure under the Capital Works Reserve Fund so that we could increase investment in human capital and social infrastructure. Now, I believe we have limited financial resources, so we shouldn't be debating how we could make use of a public financial basis to resources to invest in human capital and social infrastructure. We should focus on exploring investment in economic development. We could try to promote diversity in our industries. Otherwise, it will be putting the cart before the horse. Because if we want to develop human capital and social infrastructure, they cannot be the end. We do not develop human capital for the sake of developing human capital, and we do not develop infrastructure for the sake of developing infrastructure. It's because we want to promote diversity in the economy, and we need to be targeted in our approach in making such investment. And of course, the ultimate goal of economic development is to make sure that the overall community stand to benefit. This is to improve the standard of living of the people. On Dr. Elizabeth Kwok's amendment and Mr. Andrew Leung's amendments, I support them. Last year, in motion debate, I mentioned, I propose that we should promote economic transformation. We need to enhance Hong Kong's overall competitiveness. We need to consolidate our existing strength, and the government must also promote diversity in industrial development. We have to boost education level and also innovation standard. We want to have sustainable economic development. The government must attack the issue on all fronts. Where we must establish new pillar industries with where we have an advantage. We shouldn't just favor the financial services and the property market. Otherwise, there's no way we could sustain our economic development. And then other places will surpass us in terms of competitiveness. Mr. Andrew Leung's amendments highlight the importance of competitiveness through various channels, like education, vocational training. We need to nurture the required talents to support diversity in economic development. Now, the whole purpose of economic development is not just to promote economy and enhance competitiveness. More importantly, is to promote upward social mobility. I also share Mr. Charles Mock's views. The government should formulate long-term policies on technology industries, especially in development of technology and transfer of technology. We need to do more. We need to commercialize more research outcome into products to strengthen our economic development. Thank you. Dr. Low Wai Kwok. Mr. Chairman, now the subject of this motion is optimizing public finances and enhancing the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy. Of course, if we just look at the title, we will all support it, but the crux is about implementation and execution. Now, we are seeing increasing globalization. On various competitiveness survey findings, Hong Kong has seen a drop in its ranking. For example, the IMD World Competitiveness Yearbook 2013, published by the Institute for Management Development, Hong Kong's global competitiveness rankings dropped from first to third. And then the 2013 Chinese Cities Competitiveness report, it shows that Hong Kong is seeing an erosion of its competitiveness compared to other Chinese cities. So we need to do something to promote innovation and technology. Now, all these drop in rankings and all these reports show should sound the alarm bell for us. Now, we sit on a huge fiscal reserve, and there are demands in the community that government make good use of the fiscal reserve to promote development of our economy. Now, so the question is, how do we actually make use of the fiscal reserve to promote our economy? I think we have to first get some concepts right. First, on promoting economic development, what role should the government play? Should it be the principal investor? Should it increase investment in public finances? Or should it be just a facilitator? It comes up with flexible policies and measures to increase economic vitality? Well, the answer is obvious. Now, if the government has well-defined long-term policies, and we have the right conditions, then we could expect a market to make the most of its own creativity. And we can't just be plowing resources indiscriminately, otherwise we only lead to problems. So a member, Mr. Leung, suggested in his amendment that we should increase substantially spending in some areas such as education, healthcare, and so on. I think we have to consider these measures carefully because they have nothing. They are not directly related to economic development. But if we allow government spending to balloon, it will be hard to scale back later. And also for education, social welfare, and healthcare spending, it already accounts for some 60% of recurrent government spending. In the 2013 to 14, spending in these three areas amount to almost $700 billion. It's a 50% increase compared to 2007 to 8. And if we keep increasing spending in these areas, spending in other areas will certainly be affected. And more importantly, public policies must give play to the long-term commitment of the government. If we just indiscriminately increase spending in these three areas, then there is a great question mark over the sustainability of these measures. And about suggestions to reform the tax base, well, there is no urgency, and it's hard to arrive at a consensus in the community. If we just press ahead and rush things through, we will actually see the downside first before we see the benefits. And Mr. Andrew Leung's amendment is that we should take a targeted approach. We should redeploy resources and formulate long-term infrastructure planning. And we should also nurture talents through various channels such as education and vocational training. This is to promote the diversified development of the local economy, enhance Hong Kong's competitiveness, and foster upward social mobility. Last week in this council, I moved a motion on formulating long-term infrastructure planning to promote sustainable development. Many members spoke on the debate and they supported this viewpoint. Now, in Hong Kong, we face certain problems. We have too few industries, housing and land supply lags behind the needs of the community. It's because we do not have long-term planning. That's why when I spoke last week, I stressed that the SIAR government must, in terms of urban development, population policy, talent training, industrial policy, green infrastructure, logistics and transportation and so on, the government should have long-term planning, and there should be an orderly approach in implementing these policies. So it's to ensure the sustainable development of Hong Kong. Now, our economy needs to see more diversity in its development. And as we invest resources into different areas, the SAR government needs to be innovative and flexible in its policies. We need to come up with a balanced vision of industrial policy. We need to lay down our vision and our objectives. In terms of taxation regime, funding, and so on, we need to have integrated support measures. And we should lead the development of industries with great potential, and we should develop new industries. Well, the government could provide land and tax incentives to bring in more investment on innovation and technology. We should also build a proper database management center, and we must give businesses 200 to 300% of tax deduction to encourage R&D. And we need to have a better R&D vetting mechanism for vetting applications for funds. The government also enhances procurement policy. We need to have procurement policy that supports the environment and technological development. This is to help the establishment of the green industries in Hong Kong. Now, we want to invigorate our economy. It's not about asking the government to increase the spending substantially, but rather we need a comprehensive long-term plan. And then we could promote the sustainable development of Hong Kong. I still submit.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Sorry, speakers not coming through. In recent years, Hong Kong's competitiveness has been declining, and as we can all see, our neighboring places or countries have been developing very rapidly. As one of the competitiveness survey has shown that Hong Kong's competitiveness is being diminishing, and that's something that provides food for thought. And I think that is something that we need to look into, instead of spending our time on motions of no confidence in this or that person, because it's a waste of time to debate such motions. Well, increasing Hong Kong's innovation and also impetus for innovation, I agree with this direction. Only where resources are reasonably distributed will we be able to target our resources at areas where they are most needed. For example, welfare, education, and housing. These are areas that would require a lot of resources. But then I have to ask this question. That is, where would the money come from? If you look at our financial revenue, other than tax revenue, much of that would come from land sales. But then, as the administration has often said, well, land sale proceeds would be rather volatile, and therefore we cannot rely too much on that. That's why we have to reform our tax regime in order to maintain our competitive edge. That's particularly important. All along, we have a simple tax regime, and the tax rate is low. And for profits tax, it's been kept at 16.5%. Well, yes, this tax rate is rather stable and attractive, and in recent years, the administration has also offered one-off tax relief in order to support the SMEs. But then in recent years, our neighboring jurisdictions and our competitors have been making appropriate adjustments to their tax regimes in order to make their tax regime more attractive to overseas investors. And if we just sit there and do nothing, if we do not think out of the box, then our tax regime's advantages would be losing out very quickly. While Hong Kong's General Chamber of Commerce has been asking the administration to maintain this simple tax regime, and profits tax should be reduced from 16.5% to 15%, and yet the administration has not accepted our proposal. But then, given the prevailing environment, we cannot afford to be complacent. We cannot just say that all right, we will keep to the current situation without making any changes. We think that we can afford to introduce a two-tier system so that for the first $1 million taxable income, the tax rate should be set at 10%, and then for the surplus, they will be calculated in accordance with the standard tax rate. I think the administration should consider introducing this two-tier tax system. The reasons being that, number one, this will not affect our simple tax system, and all enterprises will stand to benefit. In particular, over 70,000 SMEs with a profit margin of less than $1 million. As we all know, the SMEs are the cornerstone of Hong Kong's economy. 98% of the enterprises are SMEs, and they're employing some 47% of the workforce. And if our SMEs foundation is solid and sound, then that would help stabilize our economy. And there are only advantages. And the administration doesn't have to worry about mobilizing the SMEs by offering them one-off tax relief. And if we were to introduce this two-tier system, then the impact on the treasury would be some $2.8 to $4 billion a year, and that would not have any significant impact on our tax revenue. In fact, we might end up having more, because that would reduce the operating costs of the SMEs, and then they can make use of the surplus funds to further invest, and that would also enhance our tax regime's attractiveness, and more overseas enterprises would be attracted to come to Hong Kong, and they might set up their regional headquarters in Hong Kong. On top of that, with closer links between Hong Kong and the mainland in terms of capital and talents, with deepening exchanges, well, how do we remove the barriers for further cooperation and collaboration? We have to attract talents from all over the world to come and work in Hong Kong, and through tax deductions for R&D, we can also encourage innovation. I think these are things that the administration should consider. Just now, Dr. Low Wai Kwok already talked about R&D. In fact, even if the deductibles amount to 200-300% is not too much, because only then will we be able to encourage people to engage in research and development. Well, there are many people out there saying that they want this and they want that, and they also want to see an increase in minimum statutory wage, and the best thing is for the administration to hand out goodies every year. Often the time they would only be able to chant slogans without being able to come up with practical and feasible measures. Well, the administration will need to spend money if they want to ease livelihood issues, but then where should the money be spent, and where would the money come from, and where would these people come from? Well, these are all issues that have to be addressed, and if we just dish out every penny from our reserve, all right, it's not about whether or not we will still be able to make ends meet tomorrow. But then I don't want to see Hong Kong's reserves are being eroded day in, day out. But if we do not translate our words into action, if we just lock ourselves in such infighting, in the end of the day, we are all going to pay the price for it. While we still maintain this competitiveness or have a competitive edge over others, we should consider how we can enhance this competitiveness further. I hope that in the future, we'll be spending more time on our infrastructure and economic development. I hope that there can be more discussions in this council. These are my remarks. Mr. Lang Sing. President, when it comes to public finances, often the time we hear this saying that Hong Kong is sitting on huge reserves, and there are also two camps of saying. One suggests that we have a reserve of over $700 billion. Another camp say that we have actually got some $2 trillion in our reserve. I think we will have to look at what the Hong Kong Monetary Authority said on the 2nd of May this year. If you look at the information provided by the KMA, if you look at the exchange fund, the asset value is some 27,000 or $27 trillion, but then over 117 or 1,175 billion would come from the fiscal reserve, and then some $290 billion would be from the development, or would be from the exchange certificate or debt certificates. So the three components carry some debts. So it doesn't mean that this is the money that the SAR government can spend anytime it wants. So all we have is the $700 billion reserve. So other than deducting the amount that has to be paid out as a pension for civil servants, actually what is left is not too much. And as a result, many have suggested that we should introduce new tax types. Well, I think we can consider that, but then we will have to be very careful about it. Well, for those who have been doing business overseas and those are returnees, they would also understand that there are merits to Hong Kong's simple and low tax regime. And as a result of that, we have been able to attract many people to come to Hong Kong to invest. And this is the strength of Hong Kong, and therefore any change that might be introduced will have to be considered very carefully. Of course, I agree that we should make the best use of our financial or fiscal reserves. It means that we should use the money where it is most needed. If you look at the developed economies, they are already acting in a more cautious manner in order to revert the past situation where there is a high debt and low income. And in the Netherlands, the king recently announced that they are no longer going to be a welfare state, and it means that everybody will have to be responsible for his own living. And if you look at healthcare spending and social welfare, the spending has been on the decline, and only those reaching the age of 67 would be eligible for pension or welfare payment. And also, they are actually cutting the welfare payment for those under the age of 25, and they will have to receive retraining and vocational training if they want to be eligible for that. And therefore, we must learn from the experience of others. And Hong Kong will have to enhance our investment in human capital and social infrastructure. Well, other than spending our public finances in education, in fact, we have been spending a lot of that on that. Well, this year we have spent some $63 billion on that, accounting for some 1/5 of the total spending of the government. Is also one of the major policy areas receiving the biggest pie. We have eight tertiary institutions, and we have also reformed our curriculum from 3 years to 4 years. And I believe that we can adopt a two-pronged approach. Other than public education, we should also encourage private donations so that private enterprises can make donations and contribute to our society and plow back what they get from society to our community. So that would also meet the practical needs of our community, and of course to expect. In fact, we do have a long history of private enterprises making donations to tertiary institutions. And if you look at the buildings on campus of the Hong Kong U, you can see that many of these buildings are named after the philanthropists. And in the U.S., it's a hub of education, and many Ivy League colleges and universities, they are all private universities. But then when we look at their development history, we can also learn from their experience. As regards government investment, that would also create a beneficial environment. We will have to improve the public sector's efficiency, and we could also promote this amongst private enterprises. We could also improve people's livelihood and also enhance our policy to care for the elders without government's direct involvement. And by R&D, we will have to take advantage of the research findings of the tertiary institutions in order to give full play to market economy. These are my remarks.
Mr. Chen Chi-chun. Mr. President, Mr. Kenneth Leung moves the motion today, and the theme is optimizing public finances, enhancing the impetus of innovation in Hong Kong's economy. The assumption is Hong Kong's economy lacks impetus for innovation. I think people generally agree with this presumption. Even if the loyalists, such as the Liberal Party, it has admitted that they have admitted that there is lack of impetus for innovation. But what are the measures to enhance the impetus for innovation? Mr. Leung proposes to make use of public finance, including broadening tax base, B, increasing the types of expenditure under the CWRF to maintain a stable financial situation so as to invest in social infrastructure and investment in human capital. When I look at the term tax widening or broadening the tax base, I cannot support that. So if there is any motion or amendment that has a wording broadening the tax base, I will not support that. But there is a difference between the Chinese and the English version. The emphases are different. The Chinese, according to the Chinese version, under the assumption, this council urges the administration to broaden the tax base. The emphasis is, I talked to Mr. Leung, his emphasis is to increase investment in human capital and social infrastructure. Broadening the tax base is only one of the means. That is rather secondary. And broadening tax base is something that has a broad meaning. Say, for example, combating tax avoidance and tax dodging. In that case, we can also change the wording to improving the tax arrangement. If somebody asks to increase in tax or broaden the tax base, and I ask, do you know how much money the government has? Different members have come up with different numbers. I think the FSTB should explain to members of the public how much money does the government have. Different members of this council have different numbers. At the end of March 2013, $7,900 and 2,800 exchange fund reserves. And then if we distribute it among the people of Hong Kong, each one will get $190,000, which is equivalent to 66% of 2012 GDP. Now we say the government coffers are flooded with money, government is rich, people are poor. This ARG is criticized as Mr. Scrooge. It has money, but it doesn't want to spend the money. We should discuss how the government should make good use of its fiscal reserves rather than getting more tax. In this year, in these years, you have seldom heard the administration speaking about how to broaden the tax base. Let us look at whether the government is spending appropriately. We want the administration to enhance Hong Kong's impetus for innovation. I am very interested in reading C.Y. Leung's policy address. I look at his policy address and I try to find out whether he is practicing what he preaches. In the policy address 180, paragraph 180, innovation technology face a number of problems, but he is confident with the future of innovation technology. If there is suitable allocation resources, these industries have much room for development. In Korea and Singapore, there are examples of government assisting creative industries. Government will deploy resources to promote development of creative and cultural industries and support cultural activities. These are empty words. He speaks and he assumes that he has done it. What is the reality? Have you read the news yesterday? Yesterday, there was the announcement of free TV license. Many would think that that was the darkest day for Hong Kong's creative industry. Mr. Ricky Wong knew that Mr. Ricky Wong didn't have a license. He planned to invest about $3 billion in TV industry. He recruited several hundred talents. And the TV industry is the industry for nurturing talents in creative industry. We don't ask the administration to invest. There is a stupid guy who invests in TV industry. But the administration destroy creativity, destroy the human capital in creative industry. The HKTV went through the approval process of the BA, and it waited for the JR outcome, and he made more than 100 hours of TV programs, and yet there was the license was not given. The rejection caused 300-odd people unemployed. Hong Kong's creative industry suffers a heavy blow. That is the act of C.Y. Leung's government, and he says that is helping our creative industry. The TV license is not given, and the government doesn't want to spend money. It's useless to talk, and we should not discuss with the government on how to broaden the tax base. It's not that the government doesn't have the money. And if you believe it, then they will increase tax. Even if you give them 100% more reserves, it will continue to sit on its hands. It will continue to withhold the license. When there is competition, there is progress. There is no guarantee of profits. Competition. This is the law. If there are more TV stations, there will be more employees, more training of talents, more investment. Why should the government destroy the creative industry? Mr. Frankie Yik. Mr. President, Hong Kong's economy relies too much on real estate and financial services. The lack of diversification is a problem getting more and more serious. Developing innovation technology industry is just in mere words. There is no government measure. There is no growth, no actual growth in these industries. And there are a lot of problems arising from that. The C in January established the FSDC. In terms of transportation, convention, tourism, high technology, and professional service have set up, in terms of these four areas, committees had been set up, but there has been no new measure at all. The new term of government has been talking about diversification of industries, but it remains empty words only. Many university graduates hope to be investment bankers. They want to get their first bucket of gold through the financial services industry. They refuse to do other businesses. in certification, information technology, creative industry, and high technology industry are demanding for talents. Highly educated young people have good prospects in these industries, yet they do not choose these industries. They believe that society's investment in these industries is not enough. There is lack of prospect. Helping new industries is a must. In the original motion, we agree with the administration that it should substantially increase investment of human capital and continue to increase in social infrastructure. We do not agree that we have to broaden the tax base in order to achieve this purpose. As for the proposal to broaden the tax base, the Liberal Party is of the view that when Hong Kong is suffering from financial deficits, we should consider this. But the government has huge reserves year after year. There is no need to discuss broadening tax base or changing the present tax regime. A simple tax regime and low tax rates are the foundation for success of Hong Kong. This is an important factor. If we introduce sales tax and progressive tax, that will undermine our competitiveness. The SARG is sitting on huge foreign reserves. The administration should make use of part of the reserves, or rather the investment return of the reserves to fund new industries. As at March this year, the total assets is $2,858 billion, and investment return is $108 billion. We propose that the returns from exchange funds should invest in bringing relief to SMEs and the middle-income families, helping the poor, investing in social infrastructure. The administration must invest in new industries and give more support to these new industries in terms of policy, in particular R&D. We are falling behind substantially. According to Bloomberg, of the 50 most innovative countries, Hong Kong ranked only 36. Singapore ranked 7, and China ranked 29. Hong Kong is 7 places behind. We need to strengthen our efforts in R&D and thereby enhancing competitiveness. The Liberal Party supports the administration providing tax deduction of 300% of investment in R&D, and also relax the funding arrangement and allow 30% cash rebate for R&D. At present, Hong Kong is fully employed. In the long term, we don't have strategy for developing our industries, and there is no education planning or manpower planning in terms of our industrial structure. There is mismatching in the labor market. We therefore need to strengthen human resource training. We also need to import talents and also enhance the supplementary labor import scheme to ensure continuous economic development in Hong Kong, as for increasing investment in infrastructure in the logistics sector, which I represent. In previous debates, and in the debate last week, I propose more investment in infrastructure. Let me repeat. I urge the administration to provide more land for logistic use and more infrastructure to facilitate the development of logistic industry. More policy should be introduced, including the provision of warehouses to help the development of logistic industry, and then let them out to the SME logistic companies. The administration should also set up a logistics center in Siu Ho Wan and also speed up the construction of third runway. With enough land and enough infrastructure, the competitiveness of the logistic industry can be maintained. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Tari Lee. Mr. President, today, Mr. Leung's motion is optimizing public finances and enhancing the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy. President, the direction is correct. I don't think the public will oppose it. But the controversy is whether or not we should expand the tax base and whether we should do it now. The DAB's position is very clear. At this stage, with plentiful surpluses, the administration does not have to broaden the tax base before attaining the objectives set out in the motion. I would like to mainly speak on the fiscal principles adopted by the government. In many budget debates, I've already mentioned these points. I think the government can tell us the latest progress. In recent years, for many years, the government has overestimated the expenditure. At the beginning, is forecast that there would be a small deficit. Eventually, the government ended up with huge surpluses. So recurrent expenditure should have been higher. Just now, we're told that this only happened occasionally and in individual years only. But my observation is that this has happened in many years. It has become a practice, the norm. The reason is that when estimating revenue, the government used the average economic growth and inflation as its basis of projection. As for tax proceeds, in particular after the financial turmoil when our economy picked up, for many years our revenue had exceeded the economic growth. As a result, eventually the government ended up with huge surpluses. I very much hope that in a moment, in the Secretary's response, she can tell us what happened to the budget of the FS budget. That is in paragraph 140. A Treasury-led working group with experts will together study how we can work for the future aging population and make a more sound and perfect fiscal plan. I believe there should be some preliminary outcome. I'd like the Secretary to tell us in a moment. I think the government should have a fiscal policy that advances with time. First of all, it must admit that actual tax revenue has exceeded government expenditure. Every year, the budget should be adjusted to suit the recurrent expenditure. And then we must have a fiscal stabilization fund. Thirdly, we must have a reasonable level of reserves. Fourthly, when the actual revenue exceeds expenditure, the surplus should be channeled to an elderly fund to improve the medical and health care for the elderly or to meet other social problems. Fifthly, we should study how to make good use of our fiscal reserves and to invest. In a moment, the Secretary should tell us the latest solution. And then, President, I'd like to go to my views on enhancing our competitiveness. Richard Florida in 2002 published a book, The Rise of the Creative Class. To sum up, it's mentioned there that if the U.S. is to maintain a leading role internationally, the creative class must be strengthened. According to the analysis of the scholar, whether or not there is a creative environment in a society and whether that class can strengthen, technology, talent, and tolerance are most important. To compare the creative environment of different cities, the scholar, in accordance with these three T's, created an innovation index. In 2011, for 80 cities in the world, Hong Kong ranked 20th. For talents and innovation, we're 37th and 22nd, far behind Singapore and also behind Taiwan. But then, for Hong Kong to advance, tolerance, Hong Kong performed quite well, 12th. Singapore is 17th and Taiwan was 21st. This indicates that Hong Kong society is open. We have an open atmosphere to attract talents to develop in Hong Kong. But, President, we see in recent times a worrying phenomena. Hong Kong is an immigrant city. We don't have much resources. Our economic development depends on freedom and tolerance. And broadly, acceptance of different races to Hong Kong. But then recently there's a worrying trend. Some Hong Kongers' attitude and accusation towards new immigrants and mainlanders have been appalling. We talked about the locusts, we talked about core problems like housing, and we put the blame all on the new immigrants. If this is not discrimination, at least a serious prejudice is unfair to the new immigrants. And such remarks are sending the message that this city is ever excluding outsiders. I think we should clarify at least 2 points. First of all, one-way permit holders mostly come for family reunion. On the 20th of March this year, the Security Bureau submitted information to this council. For one-way permit holders, half of them came to unite with their spouses and another half with their parents. In other words, in the short term, they won't add to the housing burden of Hong Kong. Secondly, if we look at the consultation document for long-term housing strategy, in the past decade, our growth in housing demand was mainly because of the change in family structure. We only got a 5.3% growth in population, an average of 0.5 per year. So if we just blame the new immigrants for our housing problem, we're wrong in our focus. If we allow this wrongful viewpoint to spread and make the new immigrants scapegoats, thus adding to our exclusion of outsiders, our economic competitiveness will be eroded. Therefore, we all councillors should uphold our core values. We must not make Hong Kong a city that excludes outsiders. Mr. Tony Tse. Mr. President, at the Asian Forum at the end of March, an Asian Competitiveness Report for 2013 was published. Among the 37 economic jurisdictions in the Asia-Pacific region, we climbed from third in 2011 to first in 2012. Among the 5 scoring indices for infrastructure, conditions, and overall economic strength, Hong Kong ranked first. But in human capital and innovation, we ranked 8th. In those 2 respects, there's room for improvement. For Taiwan, Israel, and New Zealand, in human capital and innovation, they ranked the highest. It's because in the education sector, their public education entrance rate and expenditure are relatively higher. And in these jurisdictions, more people have more opportunities to receive higher education. So in their productivity, in inventions, high-tech products, etc., their productivity is higher. I believe many people, like me, are worried that if the Hong Kong government does not face the phenomenon squarely and as early as possible and place emphasis on education, the quality of our human capital will be affected, and the overall productivity and competitiveness of Hong Kong may be weakened, thus affecting the overall development of Hong Kong. The government emphasizes repeatedly that our education expenditure is the largest. But according to our statistics, our education expenditure was 23% in 2007-08, and in 2012-13, it dropped to about 20%. As for education expenditure to GDP, in recent years, it had been maintained at a low level, that is 4%. So when compared with our neighboring jurisdictions, our education expenditure is rather low. Let me cite OECD members as examples. The education expenditure occupies about 6.2% of their GDP on the average. And Singapore, Shanghai, and Macau, in recent years, continuously invested more in education. Hong Kong is far lagging behind. Many statistics show that education expenditure is the potential for enhancement in human capital. So education expenditure is very important. So I hope that in education and human capital, as we are lagging behind, the government has been too hindsighted. It should, as early as possible, review the amount of education expenditure to see whether or not it is catching up with the overall development of Hong Kong, and whether or not internationally we can maintain our competitiveness. We hope that the government can specify a higher education blueprint, monitor the quality of our degrees, and to reposition our study programs so that young people can make use of their educational qualifications and knowledge to move upwards in society. And investment in infrastructure is one of the main elements for maintaining our competitiveness. In Asia, in terms of economic competitiveness, though Hong Kong is still ranking first in infrastructure, Singapore is catching up. Taiwan, Japan, or even mainland China are rising in their ranking. We must maintain our infrastructure development index. Therefore, we must maintain our investment in infrastructure. In August this year, Singapore published their development blueprint for the next 10 years. It's going to be a waterfront city, so to speak, a harbor city. Will it catch up with Hong Kong? Will the SARG formulate a blueprint for development for the next decade? President, in the CE's policy address, as the Secretary mentioned, in 30 years' time, elderly at the age of 65 or above would jump from 940,000 to 2.6 million people, amounting to 30% of our population, and the workforce will diminish gradually. As Hong Kong's economy focuses on service export, if our productivity improves but the population ages, it is necessary for Hong Kong to enhance productivity to cover the reduction in population or workforce. I just said that accumulation of human capital is the potential for growth impetus. Therefore, we must invest in education for long-term development. That's very important. The original motion proposes to broaden the tax base. I have reservation over this. At present, Hong Kong has sufficient reserves. So the problem is not that the government has no money. The question is how to make good use of our reserves. Therefore, at this stage, I see no need to broaden the tax base. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Kin-po. Thank you, Mr. President. Today's motion aims at urging the government to increase in the investment in human capital whilst maintaining a balanced budget. Now, if we don't relive the can-do spirit of Hong Kong, then the future of Hong Kong is really worrying. Hong Kong is now facing a lot of problems. The competitiveness ranking has dropped to the 3rd place, and the Hong Kong University has also fell from the 3rd to the 8th place. These figures may not look worrying, but judging from other signs, you can see that the competitiveness of Hong Kong is fading, and it is a matter of concern. I can cite a litany of the problems facing Hong Kong: soaring property prices, high rental, economic structural problems, and unfavorable business environment, etc. All these directly or indirectly affect Hong Kong's competitiveness. If we continue to adopt laissez-faire policy and do nothing about these problems, we're going to lose out. Our competitors are keen to beat us, so we won't be able to keep our status as an international financial center. Our economy won't be able to support the 7 million population. However, there are strengths and advantages in Hong Kong, and if we play up our advantages properly, we can lift ourselves out of the plight. We're sitting on huge fiscal reserves, over 700 billion. I am very much for the idea of optimizing the use of public finances. We are in a better situation than other economies facing fiscal problems. I'm not encouraging the use of public reserve indiscriminately. However, it is an investment for us to use public money to invest appropriately. So we should not be a miser anymore. Where appropriate, we should spend money, because huge reserves will be used up one day. We must invest in order to sustain and create more wealth. On the other hand, I also agree that Hong Kong should look into the idea of broadening the tax base. However, I think the primary issue is to promote the economy. Only when the economy is good can we generate more tax revenue. Tax breaks is also a consideration. In the past, I have been suggesting to the government to introduce initiative to encourage overseas corporations to set up headquarters in Hong Kong. But in order to do that, we need to offer tax breaks to these foreign companies. The government, however, has not done anything in this regard. Now, according to the academics, tax breaks or deductions will cause tax revenue to increase instead of decrease. For example, inheritance tax, after it was withdrawn, it helped the country become an asset management center. I also agree that we should have salaries tax cuts appropriately to help the middle class and to increase their spending. I understand that for tax cuts there will be criticism. Some will say that it will shake the tax base. So I suggest that the government conduct regular reviews. If the feedback is positive, it can go on. This flexible approach can reassure the minds of the people. In Singapore, they regularly adjust the tax rate to maintain their competitiveness based on the economic situation, etc. Does any member wish to speak? Dr. Priscilla Leung. Mr. President, this afternoon we were discussing the governance of this administration, and some fellow members talked about a new wave of immigration since the 1984. At that time, many Hong Kong people were worried about the drastic changes brought about by our reunification with mainland China. Many people emigrated to other places. Today is 2013, and there are friends around me and friends in the middle class telling me that if there aren't any hopes in the coming 5 years, they are going to emigrate abroad. But they are not leaving Hong Kong for the reasons of the fear of mainland China as people did in 1984, but because of the chaos in Hong Kong. Many people in Hong Kong are used to live in a stable society with a stable economy. However, over the past decade or so, more and more people are feeling that our economy or the political situation in Hong Kong might become unstable. And there are infightings in Hong Kong, and there are voices of opposition and the Occupy Central campaign. All these stir up worries among the people. Today, the motion debate is on optimizing public finances and maintaining a balanced budget by broadening the tax base. According to the basic law, Hong Kong should remain a capitalist society for 50 years, and this is law. This is a requirement under the law. This is not just talk. So, as far as the economic structure is concerned and the direction is concerned, the basic law has provided those for us. However, can we maintain the same for the coming 50 years as far as development is concerned? Due to changes in the society, we are demanding more and more welfare, so on and so forth. So can we stay unchanged for 50 years? I personally don't think so. But when we change, how can we maintain the strengths of Hong Kong? Well, I am all for the low tax regime in Hong Kong, and over the past years I have heard suggestions from fellow members on broadening the tax base, or at least studying in this regard. We must bear in mind that we also have our advantages which should be maintained. We should not just look at the advantages of other countries. Now, in Finland, they have a tax rate of 75 to 78%. They have a high tax regime. For Sweden, it's 50%. Canada, 30%. France, my friends in France who are lawyers told me that they need to pay tax at the rate of up to 50%. So they really favor Hong Kong's tax system. So unless it's absolutely necessary, we must not make any change. We need to increase expenditure nowadays, because according to public views and opinions, we'd like to narrow the wealth gap. We'd like to have more public housing, more healthcare initiatives, and other planning to cope with the aging population and universal retirement protection. I think these are problems that the administration should address. I'd like to emphasize a few points. For example, Mr. Yip Kin-yuen's amendment contains a lot of specific suggestions on increasing expenditure in some areas. For example, education. I agree that we should increase education expenditure to help increase the competitiveness for our younger generation. They should be self-reliant instead of depending on welfare. However, he has not mentioned that at the same time, whilst we increase expenditure on welfare and education, he hasn't mentioned anything on the other side. It seems that there is expenditure but no income. So we must explain to others how we can maintain a balanced budget whilst we suggest an increase in expenditure. So I don't see how the scale can be tipped to a balance. So I do have some reservations. Now, in the long term, we should consider, whilst we increase expenditure on welfare, etc., there must be a baseline for us to maintain a balanced budget. I think this is a concern for taxpayers, and the Legislative Council should help the administration roll out measures that can meet the demands of the people whilst not losing our competitive edge. So in the long run, I think the administration should manage our expectations. For example, many policies have to do with the population policy. For example, the inadequate kindergarten places. I hope this administration can increase expenditure and do more. Instead of the last term of administration, which did little until towards the end of its term, more should be done on formulating a population policy so that there can be complementary or complementing housing policies, etc. And I also urge the government to set up a fund for business startups. For those who can formulate business proposals, some assistance should be given for them to join the market.
Mr. Ma Fung-kwok. President, first of all, I thank Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving this motion, which is very much worth our while to discuss it. It is about optimizing public finances and enhancing the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy. I agree with some part of his original motion, but I don't want to misunderstand his original motion. It says that with the broadening of the tax base, that there will be increase in expenditure, and as a result, there will be increase in investment. Does it mean that increasing tax base means increasing in tax? And very often for a lot of people, when it comes to a tax base being broadened, they immediately think that there will be an increase in tax. Given the current sentiment and the fact reserve the government is sitting on, if you ask the public to accept a broadening of a tax base or any initiatives or proposals to increase tax, people will find it unpalatable. But if we don't use the current situation when economy is good to broaden tax base, then should we wait till when the economy has taken a turn for the worse? Mostly, our revenue comes from salaries tax, stamp duty, and profits tax. They are directly related to the performance of our economy. When the economy is doing good, of course, there will be more revenue coming in. But there are cycles with the economy. When the economy takes the turn for the worse, then the revenue will reduce. If there is not enough revenue coming from tax, it will have repercussions. Of course, a low tax regime and a simple tax regime is very important. It attracts overseas investment. But if the tax base is too narrow, it means that there is no stability in government revenue, and there is no way to increase government revenue to be used on, say, long-term commitment. And very often, the hands of the government is tied, and they are not willing to make too many commitments because there is no guarantee of steady revenue. Without enlarging the pie of financial resources, and if there is no increase in investment, then others will have to give. So we should start from studying the broadening of the tax base and to restructure the financial structure and to make better use of our surplus to bring more benefit to society. I hope that people will understand that there is no equality between broadening tax base and increasing tax. By broadening the tax base, it will diversify our tax revenue. We maintain a balanced budget, and given the good economic performance, the government will have to give a clear account to the people about projections of future expenditure and the challenges of an aging population, so that there will be basis for discussion of broadening the tax base. And without adding to the burden of livelihood of people and bringing a negative impact on people's livelihood, that while exploring increasing the number of types, they can make proposals to reduce tax for some types. I agree with an increased investment of capital and social infrastructure, human capital and social infrastructure, but relying on these two is not enough. Economic development is the general direction, but we need to keep our competitiveness and our innovation. We need these two. We have to think outside the traditional, think outside the box and make use of public funds to explore other ways to bring about further development so that our competitiveness can be maintained. When we look at other economies, they are finding new ways to develop. Say, for example, diversifying the economy for Korea and the Shanghai Free Trade Area. They aim at increasing their competitiveness. Competition is keen. We have to find a new position and increase our competitiveness. There are similar discussions in society. In the last government, they advocate the development of the 6 economic areas where Hong Kong enjoys an advantage. However, there is incomplete and fragmented industrial policy, so that is not enough. Say, for example, on cultural industry. The administration only sees the direction of increasing space, say for example WKCD, but there is no complementing policies on grooming talents. Everything is fragmented. Yes, we have excellent hardware for the WKCD, but we have to rethink the positioning and the role of culture. We have to put in more resources to try to elevate it to a different level, to transform public money to social resources. I so submit in support of the motion, of the original motion. Mr. Albert Chan. President, given the current political environment, we discuss about ways to enhance the impetus for innovation. This is ironic, but at the same time, it's an opportune time. We see that in recent days, Li Ka-shing, the #1 wealthy man in Hong Kong, and the whiz kid, Ricky Wong of Hong Kong Television Network, did not see a TV license, have his application for TV license denied. He is a whiz kid. He's brimming with ideas, but his wish to have a TV license is dashed. We talk about the impetus for innovation and how to enhance it. This is not just about public finances. Of course, support and complementary policies are important. But what is more important is a free environment, a free political environment. When there is political suppression, it doesn't matter how much money you have. Innovation will be stifled. When politics is everything and everything is controlled, people with innovation will leave. Innovation industries under the suppression will wither. And when it comes to innovation industry, creative industries and its development, over the years, I have made a lot of proposals to the administration. In 2003, during SARS, I made a proposal about creativity and innovation. In 2005, I made another proposal on establishing a circle of innovation, culture, and geographical development. This is about a developing local economy. Some of them are made 10 years ago, some 8. The administration is still in action. When this is the way how things go, no matter what we say, it will be just hot air. And I believe that the administration will just play the old record of what they have said many times before, that everything will be on record. And because of the rich and powerful, because of special political affiliation or partnership, their proposals will be taken on board, while others are swept under the carpet. When it comes to the overall development of Hong Kong, I have come into contact with a lot of cases when it comes to, 689, the representative of communist rule in Hong Kong, C.H. Tung, Donald Tsang. I am very disappointed. Of course, you can, through your cozy relationship with them, you will be able to take advantage of the situation and get something, and that is a separate case. But when it comes to people with genuine creativity and innovation, they are given the cold shoulder. And industrialists are disappointed. In the past 10 years, I have repeatedly made proposals about development of high-value adding industries, and I'm going to repeat what I've said in the budgets, in policy addresses in the past 10 years. Say, for example, in the time when Henry Tang was the CS4A, the financial secretary and bureau secretary, he did not pay attention to me, and he did not make use of his position and his role to do something for Hong Kong industries. For some officials, because of their background, we don't expect much from them. Say, for example, Greg So. What expectations do you have of him? How will he be able to do anything for Hong Kong's creative industry and innovation? Why do you expect him to do something about aspirations for free TV? He is only the secretary who only knows to give out his name cards. And I think that is just perfectly within our expectations. Let's see if Ricky Wong will take the lead to fight. If this Sunday he is able to lead us in the fight in a persistent way to ask for change, then our airwave, Hong Kong's airwave, will take a good turn for the better. Otherwise, the announcement made yesterday is the death sentence on Hong Kong's innovation and creative industry. Well, when it comes to developing high-value industries, I have made proposals on 5 areas. First, watches and clocks. In the past, Hong Kong has enjoyed reputable status in this regard, but because of economic reasons, factories are moved to the mainland. Well, we can have factories in Hong Kong and do something about R&D in this regard, and we will have a lot of opportunities. Pharmaceutical and medical apparatus manufacturing, fashion, jewelry, food processing, and environmental industries. If these can be further developed, it will create a lot of job opportunities in Hong Kong, and it will pave the way for more choices for our younger generation. We don't have to rely solely on financial services. And such development will address the issue of wealth gap. Without development in our creative and innovation industry, Hong Kong will remain stagnant.
Mr. Felix Chung. Thank you, President. Mr. Albert Chan just mentioned creative industries. He mentioned the fashion industry as he spoke, because creative industries actually covered a wide array. Well, it's true Ricky Wong was denied the TV license, but it doesn't mean that's the death of creative industries, because other industries will emerge. Now, the subject of the debate is optimizing public finances. Mr. Kenneth Leung said that we should consider certain measures to broaden the tax base. But the question now is not that the government doesn't have money. The government has a fiscal reserve. It also has a foreign exchange reserve of over $2,000 billion. If we just consider a conservative return of 3% per annum is some $60 billion a year in return. We're not asking the government to spend all the $60 billion or to spend all the $2,000 billion, but we keep the capital intact and we just use the half of the interest return, $30 million, and then half of the $30 million spend that on in helping industries. That is about $15 billion, and another $15 billion on helping the poor. It will not affect our public finances at all. If you broaden the tax base or reform the tax regime, and you collect a lot of revenue, but if the government doesn't change its mindset, it just stash away the collected revenue or diverts the revenue to the bigger pool, there's no point because the money is not being used. So we just need to use a small percentage, a bit of the annual return of the reserve, $15 billion or so in the creative industries every year. That will help Hong Kong to have greater development. And how do we promote creative industries? I would say all industries have the foundation. Now, Miss Emily Lau said she's got a niece. She graduated from a renowned fashion school in New York, and she was hired by a famous fashion brand in New York. She worked for years, and then she decided to come back to Hong Kong. Mr. Kenneth Leung considered how we could bring in overseas companies and talents. What is important is that we have the right platform and foundation for development of these industries. How come for Miss Emily Lau's niece, who would have great development potential in New York, still she chose to come back to Hong Kong? Why? Because in the fashion creative industries, there's room for development in Hong Kong. There are many who graduated from overseas institutions. They come back to Hong Kong to develop their career. Now, for the garment and fashion industries, we have a strong foundation. And also, of course, there is a huge market with huge potential in the mainland. All the conditions are there. All we need is a bit of help from the SAR government to create the right business conditions and provide a platform. So then I believe there's great room for the government industry to drive the development of creative industries. Now, the Economic Development Commission was set up last year, but so far it hasn't come up with any recommendations. I think there is a working group on creative industries, science and research, and so on. I hope they will seriously consider using the garment industry to drive the development of creative industries. But of course, apart from the garment industry, there is the jewelry industry, clocks and watches industry, shoe making industry, and so on. They could all be included in the broader sense of the fashion industry. And if Hong Kong, if we have both manufacturing and R&D, I believe this fashion industry could develop into another mainstream industry in Hong Kong, apart from the financial services and the property market. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Tan Ka-piu. My apology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, broadening the tax base. I think all parties in this chamber will find these words most sensitive, because there are these terms, broadening tax base, so the FTU has reservation on this motion. Why? Of course, we believe those who pay direct taxes, the working population. It's true there's too small percentage of the working population paying taxes, and they're paying too little taxes as well. But the question is not about whether they should pay taxes, but rather, after they take into account the tax allowance, there are many people who simply could not afford to pay tax. Just last Wednesday, there was an oral question in the Council. We have a working population of 3.6 million people, but half of them, 54.68%, pay zero salaries tax. And for the other 20%, they pay $1,000 to $2,000 in salaries tax. That means out of 4 in the working population, 3 pay salaries tax of $1,000 or less. That is a good illustration of the huge wealth gap. It's not because they're fortunate they don't have to pay tax. Of course, tax evasion is a criminal offense. And tax declaration, failure to declare tax, also a criminal offense. And people have to declare their taxes properly. Now, some public housing residents may be omitted to declare their bonus, but the company has declared tax for them. And when the housing department finds out, the person may have to go to jail. So these are figures that carry a criminal liability, and so it's a good reflection of what actually happened. 3 out of 4 in the working population do not have to pay salaries tax. That sounds a warning bell. Now, in the Scandinavian country, so a bus driver may earn $40,000 a month. Of course, he has to pay tax. So broadening the tax base is something sensitive. Now, if people can afford it, they don't mind paying taxes, but rather it's because many people don't even have to pay taxes because they can't afford to. And if it's a sales tax, then we are trying to hit the grassroots. Of course, there will be strong reaction from them. Let's look at some figures. In 2011, actual increase in GDP 54% over the past decade, actually. And for price index gone up by some 16%. So there's a net of 38%. Is it true that our wages have also gone up 38%? If we look at 2005 to 2012, for that period, after deducting inflation, actual real increase in GDP is 4.21%, but the real increase in wages is only 0.9%. So that's why. So where has the economic growth gone to? The high salary class and businesses. So if we broaden the tax base, then grassroots and the sandwich class will not be quite happy about it. Of course, you might say we need a rational discussion in a community so that we could have higher sustainability in public finances. But if we're talking about people who don't originally have to pay direct taxes, they will now have to pay indirect taxes. Well, then FTU has great reservation. The Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury emphasized the aging problem in her opening remarks. Of course, in another 3 decades, the aged population will grow by 25%. That's why we have to make good use of our fiscal reserve. And we shouldn't just consider broadening the tax base. Rather, we should increase the tax rate so that we could put in place a sound retirement protection system. That's why we should consider increasing profits tax so we could have dedicated funds for this particular purpose. Now, Mr. Kenneth Leung asked whether we could expand the Capital Works Reserve Fund. Well, that fund has a huge balance. It's part of our fiscal reserve, but then there is not a dedicated use, the land fund. The land fund, if you don't touch it, every year it has interest income or investment return of about $10 billion. And now it's accumulated some $210 billion. So can we consider using the land fund, and then we could increase profits tax mildly, and then we could set up, we have dedicated funds for retirement protection so that we could respond to an aging population, especially an increase in poor old people. So the government has to make plans to make good use of these finances. Well, yes, we could consider broadening tax base, but I think for businesses making good profit, there could be an increase in profits tax. In other words, they could pay the community more.
Does anybody wish to speak? If not, Mr. Kenneth Leung, you may now respond to the amendments. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, when members spoke just now, once again, I'd like to say that this motion is not proposing to change our tax system. Indeed, with regard to the simple and low tax regime, where only tax or income that is generated here will be taxable, is what I am always in favor of. In fact, my emphasis is on the investment in human capital and social infrastructure. Mr. Leung Seng also explained the fact that actually we have $689.9 billion reserve, and it's not like what some members have said to be over $2,000 billion. And also, to explore broadening of tax base doesn't mean that we have to increase tax. Actually, according to some studies, if we broaden the tax base, then in terms of our salaries tax and profit tax, we can actually lower them to as low as 10%, and still will be able to achieve a fiscal balance. And some suggested that in terms of education, welfare, and other spending increase, I'm in favor of that. And Elizabeth Quad also said in her amendment that our children should have more freedom and diversity in learning. She also referred to some of the creative industries, and I am also in favor of that. With regard to the 2 items being crossed out by Mr. Andrew Leung, the 2 most important elements, that is human capital and social infrastructure, have been crossed out, and that's why I have reservation with regard to actual tax relief. For example, training costs being doubly taxable, and also environmental facilities and also R&D, they should also be taxable. So that's the proposal by Mr. Chung-kai. But then some of the core values, for example, freedom of information. But Mr. Dennis Kwok also talked about our legal system. Ms. Sito also referred to this, and also our procedural justice. Well, all these subjects or coverage, in fact, in terms of building our social infrastructure, they are all important parts of that. As regards the amendment by Mr. Ronnie Tong, actually, he is reiterating that we have been over-relying on our highland premium policy, and that's also our phenomenon. That's why after the tax base is broadened, and if we can then lower our property prices somewhat, I think that's something that we should all consider. With regard to the amendment by Ms. Sito, she also referred to making the best use of our recurrent surplus. But then I also understand that Ms. Sito was also silent on how the hundreds of or tens of billions of dollars should be spent. That's why I have an open mind, and I'm prepared to support her amendment. Mr. Charles Peter Mock also talked about IT industry and our policy. I would be inclined to supporting that too. That's why, all in all, our motion has already brought out the inner demons, and that is the tax base. And well, because of elections, many political parties might refrain from talking about this. But then, as we all know, we have a very, very narrow tax base. And in terms of our long-term development, if we can make the best use of our capital, then you will have to think deeper. Is there any room or opportunity for us to make sure that our revenue can be more stable and steady, instead of relying so much on our highland premium policy? And also, in a moment, just now, when the Undersecretary responded to our motion, she said that in 2014, we have 2.56 million people who are elders, and they would account for some 31% of our total population. I had expected the Undersecretary to say that, and of course I would also have expected her to say that we had to be prudent in our fiscal management. In fact, she mentioned it 5 times in her statement. That's why I'm throwing this out for further consideration, so that we can broaden the tax base, so that the administration will not have any excuse to refuse to invest in our human capital and social infrastructure. These are my remarks. Undersecretary.
Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury. Thank you, Mr. President. I thank members for speaking on the motion on optimizing public finance, enhancing the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy. Members have given their valuable views. As for Mr. Kwok's motion on enhancing Hong Kong's competitiveness and enhancing Hong Kong's sustainable development, I'd like to address these points. Mr. Leung and many members urge the administration to substantially increase investment in human capital. The administration has been investing heavily on education, nurturing talents, promoting social mobility so that Hong Kong can continue to develop. Education accounts for the biggest chunk of government expenditure. In 2013-14, our expenditure on education was $76.9 billion, among which $63 billion were recurrent expenditure, accounting for 1/5 of government recurrent expenditure. Since reunification, we launched a number of education reform measures involving billions of dollars of expenditure, recurrent expenditure for a year. In the past 6 years, pre-primary education voucher system, free education, free senior secondary education, graduate implementation of small class teaching in public sector primary schools, introducing NSS in the secondary school, and 4-year first degree course starting from 2012-13. With the measures of enhancing quality of education, government investing heavily in education in 2013-14, total expenditure on education increased by 60% in comparison 97-96. Recurrent expenditure increased by nearly 70%. In the coming 2 years, in the suitable age group, 1/3 of young people will study first degree courses. Together with sub-degree courses, 70% of young people will study in tertiary education, and this help to nurture talents for the future. As for vocational education, that's very important. The administration has been, over the years, increasing the funding for VTC. The VTC is now providing 250,000 vocational education and training places, among which 100,000 are higher diploma course places. They include professional education and general education. They emphasize practice and theory. The graduates can join the job market or they can pursue further studies. The ERB has all along been enhancing the capability, the employability of local workers. In the past 3 years, on average, the ERB is providing more than 100,000 places per year. In the long term, in 2013-14, the budget proposed to inject another $15 billion into the ERB in response to the needs of different types of job seekers. The Labor Department has introduced various programs like the YETP, the EPFMA, the WOPS, so as to enhance the employability of young people, middle-aged people, and the disabled, so as to enhance their competitiveness. Ms. Kwat asked the administration to take the lead to assist the development of research and development, creative industry, and other industries. The administration, in promoting the development of creative industries, introduced 7 measures, including nurturing talents, promoting the setting up of creative industries and their development, expanding the scale of local markets, assisting the trade to promote their business in the mainland overseas markets, explore overseas markets, creating creative ambience in Hong Kong and promoting Hong Kong as the hub of Asia's creative capital. In 2009, the administration injected $300 million to set up the Creative Smart Initiative Fund to provide funding to creative industries, and in May, with the approval of the Finance Committee, we inject another $300 million into the Creative Smart Initiative Scheme. We continue to support creative industry, nurture talents. Mr. Mok, in his amendment, mentioned technology industries. In 1999, the administration established the Innovation Technology Fund and injected $5 billion in terms of hardware. The Science Park and R&D Center are the major science and technology infrastructure of Hong Kong. The Science Park provides a one-stop infrastructure support to technology companies and technology activities this includes technology infrastructure, service programs, incubation of ideas, and the administration has started a phase 3 of Science Park. The project we completed in phases from 2014 to 2016. With the completion of phase 3, the GFA of Science Park will increase by 50% to 330,000 square meters, and it can accommodate an additional 150 technology companies. The R&D Center promotes and coordinates research, applied research, and promotes commercialization and transfer of technology. In 2013-14, to enhance technology transfer and application of research outcomes and commercialization research outcomes, the administration is working through the Innovation and Technology Fund to provide funding to the 6 research institutes and universities by providing $4 million each to enhance innovation technology culture. We extend the Inno Carnival to a 1-month event. There are many activities, and one of the flagship activity is the Inno Carnival. The number of participants has been increasing. Last year there were 200,000 participants. Mr. Kin-yuen urged the administration to increase the permanent establishment of civil service and reduce the number of contract workers. With regard to control of public resources, we have been controlling the number of civil servants to maintain an efficient and lean civil service. And if there is a full operational need, we will increase. Will create civil service posts to make sure that there are adequate the staff in the department to strengthen service given to the public. From 1999 to the year 2000, through the voluntary retirement scheme and also moratorium on recruiting civil servants, the establishment of civil servants declined from 190,000 in 1997-98 to 160,000 in 2006-2007. In 2007-08, the administration resumed recruiting civil servants. The past 5 years, civil service establishment increased by about 1% per year. By March 2014, the establishment civil service will reach 171,400 posts. And depending on actual needs, the administration will continue to increase the number of civil servants suitably. As for non-civil servants, in 1999, that was launched. The scheme was launched. That is to enable department heads to flexibly recruit manpower to respond to changing needs and changing service needs. The heads of departments from time to time review non-civil servant contract staff and the application of such an arrangement, and whether services can be provided through other means. If it can be confirmed that the service is more suitable to be executed by civil servants, then the non-civil servant contract staff will be replaced by civil servants. With the cooperation, various bureaus and departments, the total number of non-civil servant contract staff declined from 16,400 in 2006 to 14,500 in the middle of 2012, a decline 12%. Let me speak on the fiscal reserves. As I said in my speech, fiscal reserves are not our reserve wealth. They are the daily assets we need to make use of. As at the end of March 2013, the administration has reserved about $7,939 billion, or $739 billion. This seems to be a big sum, but from 1998 to 2004, we have 5 years of deficits, and the fiscal reserve declined from 28 months of expenditure to 13 months of government expenditure after a decline of 15 months. Expenditure on people's livelihood can be increased easily but cannot be reduced easily. We cannot ignore sustainability of our public finance. Several members have spoken on the exchange fund, the use of exchange fund assets. And let me clarify this once again concerning the exchange fund assets. It has about $2,800 billion, but they cannot be used in terms of public expenditure. There are three parts of the assets. One part is the fiscal reserves, as about $700 billion. And Mr. Leung explained the second part. The assets are to support the liabilities. They are our liabilities. There are about $1,300 billion. And also accumulated reserves of the exchange fund is about $600 billion. It can only be used within the definition of the exchange fund ordinance. And the statutory purpose of the exchange fund is to stabilize the exchange rate of Hong Kong dollar and maintain the soundness of our financial system. Any attempt to reduce the asset of exchange fund will send a wrong message. Although our financial system is strong and the scale is increasing, we need to consider the turbulence in the international financial market and the uncertainty in the international economy. We need to have adequate assets to withstand external shocks. The stability of exchange fund assets is very important to maintain our financial stability. Some members ask why we can't make use of the returns from the exchange fund to pay for our expenditure. In fact, the fiscal reserves are now put in the exchange fund, and the investment return it has become part of the government revenue and is used for public expenditure. Ms. Lee has raised two questions, and let me address them. The first one is the underestimation of our revenue. In my kickoff speech, I said that in the long term, from 1997 until now, GDP, accumulated nominal growth in GDP was roughly 50%. That was similar to our accumulated growth in revenue. But if you look at a particular time segment, that may not be comparable. And that explains that the accuracy of our budget is affected by various elements. Major revenues of the government are more volatile. For example, land sales receipts and also profits tax, and they are outside the government's control. In drawing up budget, we can only base on the information available to make the best estimate. Ms. Lee's second question is about the setting up of the long-term financial planning working group in June under the Bureau. And the working group conducts in-depth studies, and they are now considering proposals, and the proposals include pressure and the issues include pressure arising from population aging and implication on long-term commitment of the government. The working group had many meetings. By the end of this year, the working group may make proposals to the FS the earliest. And some members expressed their concern about Hong Kong's competitiveness ranking in the international arena, whether it is competitiveness or credit rating, stable and sustainable public finance. It depends on whether the government is spending within its means and whether it is able to avoid deficits. That has all along been one of the most important factors. Hong Kong is an open economy with a low tax regime. Whether our reserves are able to withstand external shocks is an important thing. When we look at other economies in the world, they are facing the problem of rising public expenditure. Cutting deficits and cutting national debts are important. And some countries have stored up their fiscal reserves. Hong Kong should take a lead from that and should not go against the rule. We endeavor to invest in human capital and social infrastructure, but public finance is limited and fiscal reserves are not inexhaustible. With aging population and the long-term demand on our capital, we need to prepare for the rainy days. We need to adhere to the principle of public finance. We should be pragmatic. We should consider the actual circumstances and set our priorities and maintain fiscal sustainability. In implementing new measures, in particular those involving long-term financial commitment, the government has to be comprehensive in its consideration and has to plan fully. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Kin-yuen, you may now move your amendment. President, I now propose the question to I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Mr. Kin-yuen to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question, Mr. Lee Kwok-hin claims a division. The bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Voting begins.
請各位核對所作。
Please verify your votes.
如果冇問題就
If there are no questions, voting is closed and the results are displayed. Those returned from the FC, 25 present, 6 for, 9 against, 10 abstentions. Those returned from the GC, 28 present, 6 for, 1 against, 20 abstentions. The question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. Ms. Elizabeth Quarter, you may now move with your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion be amended. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the amendment moved by Dr. Elizabeth Quart to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion be passed. Before I put Dr. Elizabeth Quart's amendment before you, can I invite Mr. Andrew Leung to move the 1-minute motion? Mr. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of the public finances motion, this Council shall proceed forthwith to the division after the bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Andrew Leung be passed. Does any member wish to speak? I now put the question to you. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I order that in the event of further divisions being claimed at this meeting in respect of optimizing public finances and enhancing the impetus for innovation in Hong Kong's economy, the voting will start after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. I now put a question to you as stated. That is the amendment moved by Dr. Elizabeth Quart to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion be passed. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Andrew Leung, as Dr. Elizabeth Quart's amendment has been passed, I have now given you leave to revise the terms of your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quart be further amended by my revised amendment. I now propose the question to you, and that is that Mr. Andrew Leung's amendment to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quart be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Chung-kai, as the amendments by Dr. Elizabeth Quart and Mr. Andrew Leung have been passed, I now give you leave to revise the terms of your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quart and Mr. Andrew Leung, be further amended by my revised amendment. I now propose the question to you, and that is that Mr. Chung-kai's amendment to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quart and Mr. Andrew Leung, be passed. I now put a question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. Mr. Chung-kai claims a division. The bell will ring for 1 minute.
開始表決。
Voting begins.
請各位核對表決。
Please verify your votes. If there is no question, voting is closed and the results are displayed. The results are those returned from the FC 26 present, 6 for, 10 against, 10 abstentions. Those returned from the GC 29 present, 12 for, 5 against, and 11 abstentions. I think the question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negatived. Mr. Ronnie Tong, as the amendments by Dr. Elizabeth Quat and Mr. Andrew Leung have been passed, you may now revise the terms of your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quat and Mr. Andrew Leung, be further amended by my revised amendment. I now propose the question to you, and that is that Mr. Ronnie Tong's amendment to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quat and Mr. Andrew Leung, be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. Dr. Lo-Wai Kwok claims a division. The bell will ring for 1 minute.
開始表決。
Voting begins. Please verify your votes. If there is no question, then our voting is closed and the results are displayed. The results are those returned from the FC 26 present, 18 for, no against, 8 abstentions. Those returned from the GC 29 present, 23 for, no objection, 5 abstentions. I think the question is agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Ms. Sito, as Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong's amendments have been passed. I've now given you leave to revise the terms of your amendment. President, I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong, be further amended by my revised amendment. I now propose the question to you, and that is that Ms. Sito's amendment to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong, be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question, Mr. Ip Kwok Him claims a division. The bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins.
請各位核對所作表決。
Please verify your votes. If there is no question, then voting is closed and the results are displayed. The results are those returned from the FC 26 present, 6 for 1 against, 19 abstentions. Those returned from the GC 29 present, 13 for 1 against, 14 abstentions. I think the question is not agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative to Mr. Charles Peter Mock as the amendments of Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong have been passed. You may now move your further amendment. President, I move that Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong be further amended by my original amendment. I now propose the question to you, and that is that Mr. Charles Peter Mock's amendment to Mr. Kenneth Leung's motion as amended by by Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong be passed. I now put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. Mr. Andrew Leung claims a division. The bell will ring for 1 minute. Voting begins. Please verify your votes. If there is no question, then voting is closed and the results are displayed. Those returned from the FC 26 present, 14 for, 1 against, 11 abstentions. Those returned from the GC 29 present, 22 for, no against, 6 abstentions. The question is agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Kenneth Leung, you may now reply, and you have 2 minutes and 5 seconds. President, today's motion, in fact, the focus has been placed on 3 words, broadening tax space. Well, in fact, actually, there are 4 characters, broadening the tax base. In fact, I'm trying to test the water. Well, whatever that may be, is very much a taboo. I understand that, but then for the purpose of my voters, I've done something. And secondly, I would also like to know from the administration if it really wants to increase our investment in human capital and social infrastructure so that the administration would not try to put the blame on us. In fact, by 2041, we have 2.56 million people who are elders, and they would account for 30% of the population, and still we have to prudently manage our finances. Well, in fact, I was referring to broadening the tax base. In fact, I had no intention whatsoever to include the grassroots in our tax base. In fact, I just want to make sure that for new enterprises and those coming to Hong Kong to work would contribute to the financial soundness of our system. So today, apparently members are focused on the issue of investing in our human capital and social infrastructure. I would have wanted you to focus on those 2 areas. Instead, broadening the tax base could be put to the back of the burner, and you don't have to support that. All right. I now propose the question to you, and that is that Mr. Leung's motion, as amended by Dr. Elizabeth Quat, Mr. Andrew Leung, and Mr. Ronnie Tong, and Mr. Charles Peter Mock be passed. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed. I now adjourn the Council until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.